Oh, look, it's Ellen. Okay, there we are. Okay, so let's call the April 14th, 2023 Central Board of Architecture Review hearing to order. Do we have any member of the public who wishes to address the BAR regarding an item that is not on today's agenda? I don't see any hands or anything, do you?
You go to the, click on the, participation point,
Here.
and then on the bottom,
No
there, to see if there's anyone in the attendee list. The hands
Yep.
up.
hands.
No hands.
Okay. Okay, so, no public comment, agenda status report?
That's it. Was there any changes to the?
There was no changes to the agenda status report.
To the agenda, okay, all right, so let's go to the minutes. Okay, and,
You keep.
Nicole, you want to let Nicole, and she's got two in there, so you've got to pick the right one.
About,
Or both, yeah.
quite easy to go on, just again on the participants list and just find it there. And to, yeah, finalize it. Six.
Alan, could I ask you to turn off some of the lights? Yeah, knock yourself out, your choice.
Okay.
Is see okay? All right. It's just, I can't, I'm getting old.
Nicole, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
I do a red line.
Nicole, are you there?
Yes, can you not hear me?
I can now.
Yeah, now.
Okay, okay, thanks.
You wanna go ahead and share your screen with the minutes and we'll go through them
Okay.
very quick.
Sure.
I have a public comment letter. I'm gonna pull it up and I'll just read the pertinent bits when we get to it. That's good.
Okay,
Okay, so we've already reviewed these for
content.
our content, yes, but so why don't you scroll down and see if we've got any issues with any of the rest of those? Okay.
I think this is the one you got the comment letter on, item number 1.
No, we got a comment letter on LCAP. Oh,
Okay.
no, it is that one. Yes, this was this one, you're right. Okay, so the comment letter asks that we provide a statement as to what staff had said in their introduction regarding the fact, and I'm gonna paraphrase a little bit here, that Mr. De Los Santos clarified that the project is has been approved under a 2010 amendment and coastal development permit, and it's vested with on-site construction. And that our purview and scope is for reviewing for consistency with conditions and addressing prior comments. I have not reviewed the recordings. And I've had a subsequent conversation, I should state for the board, you guys, that I've had a subsequent conversation with the planners for this project regarding This is the Sima Del Mundo, the one at El Cap. Yes, the first one. On that set of minutes, and it's much more complicated than was made apparent to certainly to me. I did not understand the way the purview was working and why it was structured the way it was. And they want us to, there were some other comments about our comments. I think our comments, considering they were made right after the hearing, they reflect what we said and what we intended. Yes, no, so,
And Bethany, I would say we often have planners come and make comments on projects, and we don't include the contents of the planner's comments in the minutes or the contents of the public comment. So if there was something you
yes,
wanted,
that's my recollection as well. And we also don't change our comments. We've had situations similar to this where an applicant has asked us to change their the gist of our comments or to for clarification or something, and very, very rarely have we changed them. I've looked at this. I think Alan and I are the only ones that served this project. I think Denise, you recused yourself, didn't you?
Yeah.
And Robin wasn't here, so it's down to Alan and I about what it was. Now, I can tell you, Alan, then the subsequent conversation I had with staff, they explained that there is because of the vesting that this comment here is talking about, and due to the way process, there's two decision makers in the way the county processes, there is a vestment that I certainly did not understand. I can't speak for you, but it was not made clear to me why our review should be restricted or curtailed from what would normally be at a final review. Okay, and it has like I said, it's a little complex, and my decision with staff at the time, I was going to talk about this in the BAR informational updates at today's hearing. But my explanation to staff was that when the project returned, to speak to them, to have staff do a more fulsome or more explanatory, so that everybody understands exactly what is within our purview, because our comments were not made within that. My comments were not made within that context. And it's my understanding that our minutes should reflect what was said and intended, and not be changed retroactively to affect what is actually the paradigm, because we didn't review it within that paradigm. So in that instance, our comments are what we said, but I don't think moving forward, when we look at it again, they're not going to apply.
You didn't have the necessary information.
We didn't have the necessary understanding. It was not made clear to me, or I did not pick up on what staff was trying to communicate adequately. It's a very specific, I have never come across this instance in 24 years. So it's a very specific, and I would say to the applicant, do we have the applicant here? You know, do we have someone from the project from the lab? I'm trying to see. Yeah. Because what I would say at this point is that, I appreciate their comments, but given my understanding that our minutes, especially as they were crafted immediately after the hearing, I think our minutes stand. That's an accurate representation of what we said, but due to the fact that I didn't grasp the very specific minutia of how this review was to proceed forward. Those comments it's not that they're all moved or void, but they're not, it's going to be much more curtailed. My comments would have been much more curtailed in nature. I think the main issue, the applicant is going to have is whether the site visit is optional. And I would suggest at this point, and I don't know, David, are we discussing the item? Or should I just take an action outside of the hearing for yeah, that's what my thing. I think we're getting close to reopening the item and I don't want to do that. But it's my intent to coordinate with the applicant and the planner outside of the hearing before they return. And we haven't had a chance to close that loop yet. So, okay. All right. I don't have any other comments on the minutes. I looked at them, all the actions and everything seemed, yeah. Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve minutes.
I'll second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, he waived.
Really?
Okay. So, that covered my informational briefing. Does anybody have anything to add? Okay. Any, recusals today?
Number 6.
Number 6, Robin? Okay, staff update. Nicole, it's over to you.
All right, good morning, everyone. I have an update for you. We also have a special guest with us today, Travis Seawards, the Planning and Development Deputy Director. And so I'm gonna just start the staff update, and then if Travis has anything he wants to add at the end, I'll let him do that. So the main item I wanted to go over with everyone today is the transition of items from C-bar to N-bar, and how our department is supporting that transition for applicants and kind of how many properties that's impacting. So hearing support staff and I talked, and they assisted in determining how many cases we have in the that'll be a part of this transition. It's a total of 8 cases, and 4 of those are currently at the conceptual review level. 2 are at final, and 1 has been sent forward for preliminary. And in order to help to smooth the transition,
7.
Yep. oh, did I count? Oh, hold on, let me pull them back up.
2 final, 1 preliminary, 4 conceptual. What's the 8th?
There's
Oh,
7.
sorry, there's actually only 7.
Okay,
Sorry.
no worries.
Yeah,
Keep
that
going.
is
Sorry, I didn't mean to
accurate.
derail you.
That's okay. And so what we're doing to help the transition is that I've talked also with the supervisors of the staff that have items that'll be making this transition, which are mostly under the North County supervisors. And what the planners are going to do is they're going to put together a really thorough memo when these items are heading back to NBAR. And the memo is going to include the past minutes from the C-bar compiled so that the NBAR will be able to reference them. And then hearing support has agreed to also, we got some feedback. There's been sort of one test case, and we understood that the NBAR felt that it would be helpful to have access to prior plans to see kind of where the
Yes.
C-bar comments were coming from. So
Yeah.
hearing support staff has agreed to put, so in the box file that the NBAR members get, there will also be a link to the prior set of plans so that the NBAR members can review those plans along with the prior minutes to get context. So
Yeah, and some of those, it just, and this is a suggestion. I understand, or I'm inferring based on what you're saying about compiled minutes, you're talking about all the different You know, so if we had
Correct.
3 meetings, they get 3 sets of minutes. They should also get 3 sets of plans. Because the minutes lack a lot of context without the plans. I know that can get big, but if it was me sitting there, I'd want to see those passed. Yeah, we're getting a lot of nod head here, so that's just a suggestion for staff. But at a bare minimum, yeah, I would suggest at least the most recent set of plans, but because sometimes projects take a big change, and so you want to be able to understand what changes, the scope of the changes the applicant made, and so yeah, it'd be interesting. So keep going, Nicole. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so basically, we're gonna be doing everything we can to try and communicate the information to the NBAR and hope that they will take it into consideration and move the projects on accordingly, and have the planners be prepared to provide all the prior minutes for their consideration. And so we just wanted to kind of explain to you the process that we're going to do to support those projects and get back to you about how many are going to be affected. And then Travis, I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add to what I've said so far.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. I can't get my camera to work, so I'm sorry. I'd like to be able to see you all. I thought, Nicole, you did a really good job. I think I'm here on Jeff Wilson's behalf. I think he was asked to attend. I'm happy to answer any questions from the BAR, but I think Nicole has worked really hard to come up with a process, and she outlined it pretty thoroughly. You know, this process was not done by the department, the changing of the boundaries. We are more than happy to provide as much information to NBAR in order to not delay these projects if we can. It's just one of those things that we're just going to have to work through this process, but happy to answer any questions anybody has.
I have 2 other suggestions, and this is just based on our process. When the Los Alamos Community Plan was changed as an outgrowth of a lot of work done by LePac and the residents and a lot of other entities on the county and the supervisor's office included. One of the things that happened was we did a walking tour, and I know NBAR has a completely, oh, there you are, Travis. Hi.
Hi.
I know NBAR has a completely different understanding and composition, and they may have people on it, you know, they may all be, you know, totally familiar with Los Alamos. And I was fairly familiar, I have to say, you know, it had been in our purview for quite some time when that new community plan came through. But we elected to do a walking tour. I don't know if that would be of any help to them, and that was facilitated by staff. It took us actually 2 site visits to walk Bell Street and Waite and a couple of other places. And I think at the time we had a lot more projects. You remember this, Robin?
Yeah.
We had a lot more projects in process at the time. And one of the things we did was we stopped and looked at the different locations of the different projects that were going to be coming through the pipeline so that we could kind of see them within the context of the streetscape and that kind of thing. It was very helpful to me. Even if they decide not to do that, I think it would be very helpful if staff could provide them with a little map that shows each time these projects come through, the first time each one of those 7 projects comes, and perhaps subsequently, but I would include it as part of your memo to show the context of the other projects that they're going to be seeing that are already in process, and as a map so that they can understand where these projects are occurring within the fabric of Los Olivos. Yes, Robin.
And I would also include the NBAR having their community plan, it's a booklet.
Yeah, and I don't know if staff has already provided either digital or obviously copies of the community plan. it's different. It's different than, a lot of the community plans in the way it approaches, the planning as a document. So, it would be kind of, a good idea, I think, for them to get that sooner rather than later, because, it helped me to frame my comments
Right.
in a more informative way, being familiar with the plan. And I'm sure they've already done their research and everything else. I get that. But these are just suggestions of things that we did or thoughts that we had when we were looking at the new plan and trying to take over, a new area like that.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. Yeah, those all sound like good ideas.
So, okay, any other? Okay, Nicole's that finish your staff update. Did you have anything to add?
I did have a couple other items. Thank
Okay.
you. For all those suggestions too. I noted them down. I think they're good. So there's just a couple of items coming up that at the Planning Commission that might be of interest. They're in the 3rd and 4th districts. There's the Plains pipeline valve upgrade project has been appealed to the Planning Commission. That's not a design review project, but it might be of general interest. That's going to the county PC on April 26th. And then another one that's going to the county PC on May 3rd is an appeal by the Gaviota Coast Conservancy of the Moore Ranch project. And that's going on May 3rd. So those are a couple.
Is the Moore Ranch one of ours?
That is in the 3rd district. Yeah, it would. Yeah, I think it would be.
Do you know which action they're appealing?
Is there not? I don't believe it. I could check and get back to you later, but I don't believe it's an appeal of the BAR action.
It's
Okay.
not, Nicole. I'm
Okay,
sorry,
okay.
I'm hanging around. I think but, they're appealing biological stuff. It's not design related.
Okay. Okay, just curious. And what date was that?
May 3rd at the County Planning Commission.
Okay,
All
right.
That's it for my staff
Okay.
update today. Thank you.
thanks so much, Nicole. All right, so item S1, the site visit of Rancho Luis Boarding and Training Facility, 22 BAR 93 is, that was completed earlier this morning. So the item number 1, 22 bar 93 Rancho Luis Boarding and Training Facility. I'm assuming we have applicant here. Thank you. Go ahead and take that back. And we got some speaker slips and everything else. So what we're gonna do is gonna ask the applicant to go ahead and make their presentation, as long as Jax, the planner, doesn't have anything to add right now. And then I can come back to her later if we need it. And then after the applicant's presentation, we'll take very quick questions from the board for clarity or clarification. And if there aren't any, we'll go right into public comment and then we'll come back for our deliberations. Yes.
There's a pretty detailed plan memo in this one. We just asked if
Yes.
everyone had a chance to read it.
Why don't you go ahead and put it up on the board, and I'll ask Jax to go ahead and just kind of go through it real quick with us.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Oh,
And
wait,
I'm right,
yeah.
it is Jax, right?
Yep, that's correct.
Are you
Thanks,
sure?
Chair Clow.
Yeah.
Can you find it?
Are you sure you're sure? Someone's sure.
I can probably find it. Here's the plan, remember when you got it? Yeah. All right, I'll go ahead. Okay, so I'll go ahead and share mine. You gave me the power, right? There we go. All right.
Okay, I can see it.
Okay.
Yes. So I just wanted to outline for your board that this project is back for conceptual review. It was last heard in October of last year. The applicant responded to all of CBAR's previous comments, but I just wanted to note there's details in the memo that they acted on most, but didn't act on all. And the reasons for not acting on all are described in this letter. And then the applicant is also going to explain why in their presentation. So if you have any questions on the memo or regarding the project description, I am happy to help clarify and answer. But the applicant should be covering all of my topics. There's nothing supplemental or additional here. There was a request of the applicant that they would like time prior to final deliberations, if possible, to answer any questions that might have arisen from public comment or that CBAR members might have, so they could try to answer those as best as possible in an attempt hopefully not to come back for, for another conceptual review. So if that is possible, they've requested that from the board. And other than that, I think that's all for my comments now, but I'm happy to answer any questions as they come up.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and let's go ahead and I'll just open all of these. That's their letter.
It doesn't say what review this is.
This is conceptual. Why do I have that? There we go. There we go. This is our plan set, and this is their letter about their, okay, I'm assuming they're gonna go over that when they do the presentation. All right, so do we have the applicant here ready to talk?
Yes, this is Chris Tarkin. I'm
Hey.
here with MW Architects, representing James Phelan on his project here. I'm not sure who's got the files there, but if we could bring up the, I believe it's called CBAR presentation number 4.
You want the story pole plan or?
No, it's a,
There should be one more file. There's a letter, plan, story pole plan, and a presentation PDF.
Hold on just a second. So I've got the presentation. I thought I opened that one. This one?
No, oh, yep, that one.
that's the one.
Okay.
Perfect. So we'll start on this one. Thank you, Jacqueline, for that intro and for reviewing that memo, and for all your support on this as we've been going along. I'm here presenting as well as CJ Horseman. He's the principal architect here at MW Architects. We also have Craig Minus. He's in the hearing chambers there. And then James Phelan, the owner, is also attending virtually. And we are all available at the end of the presentation for comments as need be. So we'll start off here on the first page. This is a vineyard operation plan, and I'm going to go through and reiterate each comment from our previous CBAR meeting and then explain how we responded.
Okay.
This comment was related to circulation and having it further developed, specifically with the intention of clarifying kind of how the circulation works in relation to the vineyard operations. So what we did here was we laid out the specific circulation as it relates to the vineyard. And this is a supplemental plan to our already existing and presented circulation plan, which showed pedestrian circulation, equestrian circulation, and vehicular circulation. So in addition to those three, this in orange here shows the pathway, which these are already all existing. These are going to be where the equipment, Kubota tractors are what James uses, that will carry the grapes and be used to circulate the ranch to get to each separate varietal, which are all in separate vineyards and in separate areas on the site. And you can see the building in orange there. We also depicted the vineyards as they exist, and then the 2 additional vineyards that are planned to be planted in the future. And each one of those is laid out here. The 2 new vineyards that are going in are directly adjacent to the vineyard building, which is building S.
Here,
And right there where your cursor is the second one. So if we want to jump to the next slide, this is specifically addressing the drive aisle that runs along that south property line. The comment from the last meeting had to do with the space and the concern of the placement of that drive aisle. And so we just wanted to lay out kind of how we got here and explain why that drive aisle is where it is. We're always conscious of the site as it is naturally, and we don't want to impact existing drainage patterns. We don't want to create scars in the earth from rerouting natural drainage. So that's always at the forefront of our thoughts when we're laying out both building pads and any kind of surface paving or just grading in general. So that was a big dictator of where this drive aisle ended up. Naturally, there's a flat, basically driveway shaped lane right along that property line where this fits perfect with the natural slope and topography of the site. And there's existing landscape along that whole property line as well to help screen the driveway. And we are compliant. We're planning on designing this thing, in full compliance of the fire access development standards, which are shown right there. So we gave ourselves plenty of room to meet that standard, as well as some extra to allow for any, additional landscaping along there. We just wanted to be more safe, so we gave ourselves an extra foot on either side of that.
Okay.
So if we jump to the next slide, this comment, consider bringing uses closer to the facilities they will be using. I think this was more of a discussion during the end of the last CBAR, where we were discussing the placement of the buildings and how they relate to all the different operational aspects of the vineyard. So we did this slide here to show this yellow line on the site plan is drawn at the topographic line where the slope actually gets unbuildable without significant grading. The hillside, as you guys probably noticed from our first site visit, maybe even today, it drops off pretty significantly right around that yellow line. And I put this on here to show how that's kind of a constraint, and anything to the bottom of that yellow line is really the available areas to place building pads without, again, significant grading and altering the natural site. And then I'm also showing here those vineyards that we saw on the first slide. Those are also prohibiting us from building in those areas. Those are existing varietals. And so if you deduct from all this, it leaves a pretty small area where we can actually place these buildings. And that's kind of our starting point, and it helped us decipher where these new buildings will be located. And then in addition to that, the existing vegetation also being one of those factors. Building S down at the bottom here, the vineyard storage building, as we're calling it. This one, in addition to being located outside the steep slope, the hillside ridgeline played a factor in how that one ended up being placed where it is. Which brings us to our next slide. And one of the purposes for you guys' site visit today was to see the story poles erected for this building and get a sense of where it sits and how the roof line will be laid out. And per comments on the last C-bar, our section provided was not sufficient for showing compliance with hillside ridgeline. So what we did was we added a secondary section for further clarification. And then we also worked with Jacqueline and the planning department to make sure this set we're looking at here, this plan and elevation appropriately satisfies for dictating or showing that we are in full compliance of the hillside ridgeline. And that concludes our presentation. Like I said, we're all here available for comment and to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Do we have any quick questions? I don't have any questions at this time. Anybody else have any questions on the board?
Just real quick, I do on that overall site plan, if you could go back to that.
Which one?
The circulation plan.
Stop that.
First.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me get that out of there.
So Chris, what I was gonna ask is, the way we walked in today from.
We walked through here.
Yes.
Did that answer your question?
I guess that would be that's one of my questions. And the other question is there going to be a pad for the trailer?
This one here?
Yeah.
Yes. We
Okay.
previously presented that,
Okay.
I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I just don't see a drive aisle to it.
Well,
So,
that's deliberations, if we can hold that.
okay.
I just had some questions about the hillside ridge line. But that can.
Can we wait till deliberations? Okay. All right, public comment. I think we have two slips here.
We have one
slip?
One slip.
And then do we have anybody online?
We do have two online speakers as well.
Okay, well, let's do the one here.
Okay. We have Michael Sandoval.
Yes.
Okay, and public comment is limited to 3 minutes. If you could please keep your comments succinct and address them to our purview. You are free to talk about whatever you want for your 3 minutes. At the end of your 3 minutes, we'll give you a little warning when you're getting close. That's the yellow light. You'll get the red one when you're done, and we will ask you to please stop talking at that point. Okay, no worries.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for letting me speak this morning. My name is Mike Sandoval, and my family and I have been living here in the San Ynez Valley for over 40 years. 20 years ago, we ran and operated a horse cutting facility and training facility. And for any of you who do not know what horse cutting is, watch season 2 of Yellowstone, and you will quickly learn what horse cutting is all about. About 20 years ago, I phased out that operation and I decided to go back to Allen Hancock Community College at the age of 60. And for 4 years, I learned everything about viticulture and enology, and I planted grapes on our property. I've been doing that now for some time and have been enjoying it with extreme love and care. Let me say that I've seen the existing plans and walked the site at Rancho Luis. I own, as I said earlier, I own and operate a vineyard locally here, and I know many of our grape growers and winemakers, and I am familiar with the Phelan's operations. As a community, we should all be supportive of using agriculturally zoned properties for agricultural uses. I think their existing vineyards are producing quality grapes, and further improvements are appropriate. I think the proposed barns are appropriate to the site and are required to support the improvements of their vineyards. I think the current plan revisions have appropriately responded to the board's requests and are appropriate for the area. I support their plans and ask that you grant conceptual approval today so the plans may move on to the Planning Commission review. And in closing, I would like to say that I think looking at a barn instead of a bunch of tractors and implements is much prettier than a yard full of equipment. And the last thing I'd like to say is that, you know, the community in this area growing grapes and making wine produces just under $2 billion a year here for this area. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We have Stephen Dietrich followed by Mrs. Gracia. Or at least that's what it says. I don't know if it's Garcia or Gracia, but it says Mrs. Gracia. So Stephen Dietrich. You have to unmute yourself there, sir. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've lived in the valley for well over 2 decades. And one of my favorite bike rides was through Solvang up to Los Olivos and down Ballard Canyon, including along the ranch frontage. I also visited the property long before the Phelans purchased it, attending several major art shows and art sales conducted on the lower ranch. I'm very familiar with the ranch. I've seen the existing plans, walked the site. And I think the proposed project is very appropriate for the ranch and the site. As Michael noted, as a community, we should be supportive of using agricultural zone land for ag uses, and this certainly qualifies as that. Throughout the last 20 years, I've spent some time working on vineyard projects. I had the good fortune to be in the Hancock Viticulture program, where Michael showed me the way, and also spent a lot of time in their fields. And this storage facility is very equivalent to the amount of storage required for the Hancock vineyards and some of the other vineyards that I visited and worked on. I think they've made a really sincere effort to comply with your requests and have made it a better project. Overall, I've been involved with the restoration of the vineyards for a number of years, and they've done a great job, and I support their plans and ask that you grant conceptual approval today so this may move on and get planning commission approval and actually be brought to fruition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Don't forget to mute. Mrs. Gracia?
It's Gracia, thank you.
Gracia, I see. It's that whole Spanish thing. Okay.
Well, thank you for having
me. I don't know if you could see when David flips his switch when you've got 30 seconds left. Would you like me to, say 30 seconds or something like that when we get to that point?
I don't have much to say. It's pretty clear and
Okay.
concise, so I don't think I'll go that long, but I just wanted to thank you for having me here today and giving an opportunity to speak. I'm a seasoned planner. I attended USC for graduate school in urban planning. I've worked from multiple jurisdictions, and I've been to the farm and I've been to this location, and I viewed the plans and reviewed all the comments, and I attended last meeting. And these plans have been well thought out, well designed, and they are in, harmony with the parcel and with the adjacent land uses and similar land uses surrounding this property. And I'm here to offer my support and my professional opinion to this project. And I think the applicant has really done a great job of answering your questions, designing the project, and overall the project looks great. And I'm just here to lend my support and hopefully get them to the next step, which is Planning Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sir,
Yes.
I know you just came in. Which project were you interested in?
Where the Captain James or his horse ranch?
The first project, Rancho Luis?
Yes.
Okay, we are just taking public comment right now. Did you intend to speak on, in public comment?
Yes, I'd like to.
Okay, there's a speaker slip over, well, there's one right here too.
Can we have him fill it out?
Yes, afterwards,
We'll have you fill it out.
as soon as you finish. If you'd just like to step up to the podium here, have you been here before? Okay. This board is looking at, site circulation, the design, materials, colors, style of buildings, their placement on the site, so on and so forth. We don't get into whether this is an allowable use. We don't get into traffic. We don't get into utilities. We don't get into noise. None of that. That's not us. That's the Planning Commission. They have a much broader purview. We have a fairly narrow purview. Okay. I would ask that you keep your your comments and your 3 minutes be directed towards us. Unfortunately, you didn't get here soon enough to hear some of the other public speakers or the presentation by the applicant, which is a little bit of a shame, but we'll give you the 3 minutes. It's yours. You do not have to confine yourself to our purview. You can say whatever you want to say, as long as it isn't, I'm going to kill you, or there's a fire in the building. We can't do that, but you can say whatever you want. And it's your 3 minutes. David here has got a green light. He'll turn it on when you start. You'll get a yellow light when you got about 30 seconds left. And the red light means stop talking. Okay, take it away.
Well, I'm here just obviously in support of the Captain James. And I've been in the group about 4 years that he's allowed my friend Bruce and I right there. And just knowing the operation, the kind of man that he is, and the improvements he's made, and combined with neighbors, I'm really kind of taken back by how badly he's been treated by his neighbor who's been allowed to use the horse arena and use his facilities for his guests and his family. And all of a sudden things go awry, but you don't take those things into consideration. And then he's talked about they're not feeling comfortable with some of the people bringing on board to do work there. Well, I happen to be a Mexican American and I know the music, and I understand music and all that. So far, these guys have done a wonderful job. They're professionals. They get the job done. There's a little bit of a slight prejudiceness there. And I don't know whether he's using that just fuel the fires or he really believes what he's saying. I think that's an issue that really needs to be looked at. I got a real sense of that undertone. And I'm a sworn member of the State Bar of California. There's a mandatory fee arbitration party. And there's also the Public Charities Commission, for the City of Oakland, and the Police and Fire Pension Commission, the City of Santa Barbara. And also this one member there. He's the United States Marine Corps. We take orders from men that are in charge, and the captain is that. He's the captain of the United States Marine Corps. There's a man that I would go into battle with. Knowing he's a Marine, on what his thought process is, and I want you to take that into consideration, man, to everything about the Canada. We're taking not just himself and Canada, but the community, so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
So, for the record, can you just state your name?
Charles Quintero.
Thank you. And then there's a little slip. Teresa will help you with that. I've noticed that there are two more attendees. Paula Morehouse, that's for the next item. Assuming, and it looks like we have another person who's just identified by a phone number.
Star 9 to raise your hand.
Yeah. Star 9.
Star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute yourself.
Yeah, so you can, if you're calling in and you're wishing to speak as a member of the public regarding item number 1, Rancho Luis Boarding and Training Facility, it's star 9 on the phone to raise your hand and let us know. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, so.
I think we're ready to move on.
Okay, so let's come back to our deliberation. Okay. I noticed something while we were out there, when we were looking back up, was there was like a little peekaboo through the trees along this axis here. I've forgotten the name of that street. Or whatever it is that turns off there, the outside. And I have a question for Jax. Are you with us, Jax?
I am.
Can you read the visual policy?
Yes,
regarding
there's,
skylighting?
yep, there's a visual policy in the San Ynez Community Plan Development Standard VIS SYV-1.3 that says structures shall not intrude into the skyline or be conspicuously visible from public viewing spaces. If so, applicable landscape plan and height limits may be required.
Okay, so is that so they shall not, how does that reconcile itself to, well, we can mitigate that?
Yeah, if it says shall not intrude into the skyline or be visible from public viewing places, I take that first shall not intrude into the skyline to mean it is prohibited, whether it's from a public viewing place or not. I would have to look into that to confirm though.
Yeah.
So from my preliminary take on it, the structure would either have to be moved or lowered in height or some other alternative other than a landscape plan. It would be more of the height limit that would need to be implemented to make sure that that structure doesn't intrude into the skyline.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of.
And
Yes,
Nicole, just to provide, I don't know, context for typically we protect views from public viewing areas. So
Yes, I caught that in what she said too, and we're talking about a public viewing area. We're talking from Ballard Canyon.
okay, great, thanks.
No, thank you for clarifying. Yes, sir.
I'm part of the applicant team, so when it's appropriate to respond to that comment, I'd like to do that.
Well, why don't you step up there?
Sure. Yeah, hi, my name is Craig Monis. I'm a land use planner and advising James on this property. Just speaking to this comment, it's fairly new based off of your site visit today.
Yes, it was prompted by the site
Yeah,
visit, actually.
I just want to remind the board that, this may need to be looked at further. I'm not in agreement with what's saying that this is in violation of those land use policies. This parcel is not in the design control.
That was my next question.
This Ballard Canyon is. If you go back to the slide that shows the topography, there's gotta be a 60-foot elevation drop. So I would very much question whether that ridge line and this structure specifically could even be viewed from baseline. And so
It's definitely viewable. I can show you on my phone.
so, but let's just refer back to the community plan. This is not notated as a parcel in that view corridor. So I just want to make sure that we're applying the correct policies where appropriate. Thank you.
Well, okay, thank you. That's another question for Nicole and Jax moving forward. Is will this, the way this is written, I mean, this property is within the community plan area, am I correct in that, or?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so, Nicole and Jax, I don't know which of you wants to tackle this, but is it my understanding, am I correct that that staff feels that it does apply to this property in this instance?
I can answer that. I would think it does based on my preliminary review, but of course, since I just, got notice of it this morning, I'd have to check and make sure that that's actually true.
Okay.
Is the question whether this project needs to be at Board of Architectural Review?
No. My question, Nicole, is this, that visual policy that Jack's read for us, does that apply in this instance to this project? Because the structure is story pole, which I want to just say the applicant did a bang up job of the story polling. And I would like to also reassure the applicant that even had they done a less bang up job of story polling, we still would have realized that this was skylighting. It's fairly obvious. And it's from quite a distance along the road, starting about here where my cursor is and down to about here. All along Ballard Canyon, heading in this direction, heading in a southerly southwest direction. There's quite a V-notch where you can see it skyline. There's another viewing location down here where you can see it up through the vegetation. You're not seeing the building, you're not seeing the top of the roof of the structure, but you're definitely seeing the building, and I don't have an issue with that. But the skylining, it definitely skylines, and it is viewable. From
And
this.
Bethany, there's one other policy, well,
Yes.
ordinance provision in the Hillside Ridgeline overlay that comes from the Land Use and Development Code that relates to this discussion. It states that development on ridgeline shall be discouraged if suitable alternative locations are available on the lot. So that would apply to anything that's in the Hillside Ridgeline area.
Yeah.
And then as far as your question, is the question, maybe you could clarify what the question is about the community plan policy for me. Does it have to do with?
Well, the applicant's planner has stated that he doesn't believe it applies to the property.
I'd like to make another comment.
Yeah.
Just very quickly, in the community plan, it says that it is not to prohibit development, is that it's supposed to encourage proper siting. Let me just remind the commission, this is now our fourth time being in front of you. June of last year was the first time. We've talked about the structure numerous times. It was a two-story structure at one point. We've now reduced that based on your comments. We've cited it to A, avoid any environmental impacts, B, reduce the amount of site disturbance. So I want to make sure that the policies.
We can get into a very long discussion about why we got to where we are. And I can talk about reasons for not story polling early on. I can talk about reasons for site visits and why we do it, when we ask for them and when we don't. I can go into a lot of things. Every project's unique. This project has gotten to this point through the process. With everyone, I think, the applicant and the board doing their due diligence in trying to facilitate the processing of this project. Okay, so I think is anybody standing here and hopefully not saying that someone's being obstructive or staff is being obstructive or anything like that. I'm not going to get into that discussion. What I want to do today is I want to find out, based on the information that we received at the site visit, where do we go from here? And to that end, we need to talk about it first, and then I think it probably will be appropriate to come back to the design team as a whole and talk to you about what you want to do, or what we think are options for doing it. This is our time to deliberate, and we need to not be in a back and forth.
Absolutely. Please let me know when I can address it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate your comments, but we need to get our stuff going and get the rest of the hearing, get the rest of people seen too. So. I want us to look at this plan here. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Because this has the topo on it. Obviously, there are some areas that are in the flatter areas. I mean, we've got vineyards here and here. There's a bunch of structures here. We got some paddocks down here. Looks like there's a tiny bit here with next to these existing vines, and then these other vines. This is the proposed block, and this is the other proposed block. I think that obviously this is an option where they have the structure right now. Depending on this slope here where the proposed block is, that could be an option. And the only other option I see is somewhere either down in here in this flat. Everybody else, is that?
Are you talking about a barn site?
I'm talking about where you could put building S. If there were, are there alternative sites on this plan? Okay, this is just my reading, and I'm asking, what does everybody else
I
think?
think there's definitely alternative sites, but I don't know that this site is inappropriate. I think that this site could be very appropriate.
Okay,
It's just the height ridge issue, and I think we need to know from staff whether hillside ridgeline is affected or not.
well, you're talking about the hillside ridgeline, you're talking about their proposal and whether it meets it, or?
Whether they have to meet it.
Yeah, they trigger it in this
I know they
location.
trigger it, but I just want to know. Do they have to adhere to the hillside ridgeline requirement? And if so,
Sorry,
Go ahead.
my understanding is that they meet the criteria to be hillside ridgeline, which means that the provisions of the ordinance for hillside ridgeline do apply, including the height requirements. What I still don't quite understand is what the question was about the community plan. Was that, and the applicability of the community plan? If I understand the question, I can get an answer to that. What is certain is that the ordinance provisions apply.
Okay, as for hillside ridgeline and the community plan is what you're saying?
Well, I'd have to, I'm not sure what the question is about the community plan.
I just wanted to know if the property was within the community plan and if the visual resources that Jack's quoted applies to this property. She has said that it does, that's our interpretation, that you know, that she would be making a verification of that, but that's her interpretation at this time.
and we need to know that information in order to make a determination.
Well, it's not our determination to make.
No, in order for us to
Make our
decide if it's
comments.
appropriate or not,
Yeah,
because it was definitely visible from the public view.
it's not the visibility, it's the skylining.
Right.
Let's be
But it's
clear.
Also visible from.
I don't have a problem with visibility. That's not my issue. My issue is whether it skylines, and it very clearly does. And I, based on my recollection and the photograph I took when I was standing there at the base of the hill, when we were looking at it, different one. Yeah, I'm not sure that you could reduce the structure enough to keep it from skylining.
This is Jacqueline. I'll double check right now that the parcel is within the Santa Ynez Community Plan area and get right back to the board.
Well, okay. I think it was the planner, sir. You said you seemed to your reading was not that it was not within the community plan, but that it wasn't in a highlighted parcel that was protected by that policy. Is that correct?
Yeah, I understood that there were, county ordinances, and development standards that, they were being cited. Obviously, this is within the Santa Ynez Community Plan, so, I just wanted to point out that in the Santa Ynez Community Plan, there's certain parcels that are within a view corridor, and this is not.
That's correct.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, no, we're,
Maybe overthinking the community plan, I don't need Jacqueline to go and research that, but I just wanted to point that out.
yeah, no, this is not, that's not where our concern arose. And the policy that that she looked up at my request incidentally, is one that we've come across before.
Sure.
And it says that that it shall not skyline. And one of the things that I noticed is that a large portion of the building skylines, and I can show you kind of on and this is for the architect as well. Let me see here. I think the last one is.
And just to clarify, Bethany,
Yeah.
that means that it creates a skyline, right?
Yeah,
Not
I'll show you, oops, yes, the one I want. Okay, so, in this picture, taken at this angle, if this was the repose of the land, this tan, we're talking about this portion of the structure skylining, okay, in this picture, in this view. Now, it doesn't that doesn't apply in this instance because we're standing on site and that's not what the visual ordinance is protecting. I want to be clear. I'm just talking about this as a demonstration of what skylining is. Okay. So when you look at it from below, this is the elevation that is and this end. The east elevation and the south elevation. Let me just zoom in a little bit. And I don't know that I can, because you see it at an angle, you don't see either of them straight on. Because you're seeing it from an angle. What you're seeing is kind of from a 45 of this, the east elevation, and from this direction, kind of a 45-degree angle to the building. So you're seeing it from actually over here, like from the Ballard Canyon up this way towards at an angle. So you see part of this structure and this structure, and they both very definitely skyline. And it's a sustained view. Yeah, that's all the way along the south side. So you see it for quite a ways, and it's all the way down to the ground. So it's like you're seeing like within a couple of feet of the base of the building. So there isn't any way. I mean, it's not like you could cut a couple feet off and you wouldn't skyline. That's the problem. And I was quite frankly shocked. I did not expect it to skyline at all. And when we stopped and saw that, I went, whoa, that was unexpected. I did not expect to see that much of the building. I thought I'd see just a little bit of the roof. Never expected to see that much of the building. And so it really calls into question how viable this site is. And I think it's going to be something for the design team to go and tackle, because there isn't anything we can do about it as a board. That's the story poll time. Let's go back here. Put that. So, and I'm sure the applicant, the architect and so on, you guys have made your presentation. And I'm sure this is news to you.
Well, Madam Chair, this is CJ Horstman, MW Architects. If it's
Yes.
the appropriate time to respond, I'd be happy to.
Yeah, why don't you take a couple of minutes to just chat? I know this is really irregular and I hope the board will bear with me a little bit, but
Well,
I'd like
I
to hear
appreciate
back
it.
from you.
Yeah, and we're made aware of this development standard about 15 minutes before we jumped on here. So I have it up in front of me on my screen. So I think the guidance I'm looking for potentially from the board here, first of all, the ordinance reads that when there are no other suitable locations for the structure, which you guys are heading that direction. I believe that's the case based on topography restraints, existing vineyard locations, the suitability of this building and in comparison to adjacent development as well, being matched up to not be in the way of other views from our neighbors. There are additional measures. It says this is the last sentence of that. It says additional measures such as appropriate landscape plan and limits to building height may be required in these cases. I'm curious to hear from the board if a planting of some strategically located trees of a certain size would help mitigate like you said, it's kind of a surprising view. If we could put some trees in that line of sight, demonstrate that on a landscape plan, would that be an appropriate suggestion?
No, and I'll tell you why, because the first part of the statement says shall not. And then the second part of the statement is talking about the, or it says, and then it talks about buildings that are, really present or in your face is kind of that. And that mitigation is in reference to that second bit.
Correct. It says when there's no other suitable location, structure shall not intrude to the skyline or be conspicuously visible from public viewing places.
And it's the or conspicuously viewable bit that is talking about when you would use that mitigation of planting and so on and so forth to do that. So as a design professional, I can see other places where that could be used for building. It would, yes, interfere with the current layout of the ranch and the functionality. And yes, they're not necessarily optimal. For example, that slope area where you want to put in the new block of vines down here. So there's definitely, there's pros and cons, but I'm seeing other options if.
We can't see the site plan.
Oh, I'm on a different, how did I get on a different one? Sorry, thank you. Somehow I got, let's do it on this one. Thank you. Let's look at this one.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was talking about, this could be a site, any of these areas down in here could be a site. Yes, these would have to be modified and moved somewhere else or somewhere otherwise relocated in such a fashion.
Madam Chair, not to cut you off, the lower part of the site, there actually is a waterway down there. So new development. We have
I
to
understand. I'm just
cautious.
looking at the plan and what's in front of me.
Yeah.
So, but I think it's probably pretty clear that there could definitely be some other locations is what I'm getting at. What's the rest of the board? Because I'm by no means speaking for you all.
Yeah, I would encourage the design team to review different parts of the site as well, because it does stick up into the skyline.
Alan, you had a comment?
Got a little different view.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
I'd like to ask that, what discretion does this board have in that skyline discussion?
Nicole?
What I would say is I would recommend, I can reread the policies out loud to you, or I can paste them in the chat, the Teams chat as well, if you want.
Well, what I want to see is it says shall,
Shall not, yeah.
right, shall not.
So,
What's the?
so typically with the interpretation of policies, there's a couple of ways they can be written. They can be written as shall, they can be written as should, they can be written as may, they can be written as will. Shall is a requirement in the way that we interpret policies. So this particular policy, well, and there's a couple things you want to consider. First, there's the Land Use and Development Code Hillside Ridgeline overlay statement that development on ridgelines shall be discouraged if suitable alternative locations are available in the lot. So in my estimation, the interpretation of that policy means you would need to discourage the development unless you can find suitable alternative locations. I mean, if there's a suitable alternative location, you should discourage it. The discourage sort of softens the shell a bit. So that's, I think that's a little bit up to the discretion of the board, how you want to interpret that. The other policy, so that was from the Land Use and Development Code, so that's ordinance overlay requirement. The policy from the development standard from the Santa Ynez Community Plan states that development shall not occur on ridgelines if suitable alternative locations are available on the property. So that echoes the Hillside Ridgeline. It said, so the idea seems to be that if you could find an alternative location that would not be on a ridgeline, you should use that. If you cannot find a suitable alternative location, then it could be on the ridgeline. And then in that case, it says structures should not intrude into the skyline or be conspicuously visible. And then additional measures such as appropriate landscape and limits of building height may be required. So I think your first question to yourself in the chain of logic here is whether or not there's an alternative location. The second question, as Bethany I think already said, is would structures intrude into the skyline or be conspicuously visible from public viewing places? And if there's no other suitable location. And then if you can answer yes to that, then you look to see if there's additional measures such as landscaping.
Can I jump in real quick and make a comment? This is Chris Tarkin, the presenter.
Okay.
Just hearing and looking over this suitable location and then public viewing places. If we were to look at this realistically as we're traveling down that road, you guys were deliberately aware of the story poles and specifically looking in that area. That was the whole point of the visit, which makes total sense. Any member of the public driving down that road on a normal day, if they're turning to look up on the hillside, I'm just concerned that it's not considered a public viewing place, but it's just a road.
I'm going to stop you right now. We've had this discussion. We know very clearly this as a board. We have a very deep understanding of what is a public viewing point, which is from a public road. The period. That's the end of that. That's a public viewing place.
Okay, so public road is considered.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Secondly, if you get into, well, but if you're driving, you're not going to be looking. We've had this discussion ad nauseum on 101 concerning the 101 corridor. And, oh, but that's 2 miles from the view. And so, we've traipsed down a lot of these pathways and our determination is that, we look at it from a public viewing point. And then we look at, with Hillside Ridgeline, generally what we're looking at is you know, is it subordinate? And we go through that same process that Nicole was just talking about. And, you know, whether as a driver, you know, we've gotten down into the, okay, there's only, most trips are made with one person in the car, that's being the driver. If the driver's doing their job, they're not looking at a 90-degree angle. You know, so we've had discussions about, you know, the viewing angles and all that kind of stuff. So we're very familiar with determining public views and the hierarchy in which they fit. And I don't know if that's helpful to you as to, you know, how this plays into it, but it's definitely a public viewing point. And it's definitely visible is what I would have to say. And then we're back to the shall not, which was the problem I encountered when I found this out this morning. So, Alan?
My concern in this is that, again, I don't know anybody from this project, and I have no reason, I don't have any horse or anything, I don't know, no dog in this fight, obviously. But we're specifically looking for this. I understand you're at the above the ridge line, but I'm concerned about one thing in particular. Any alternative site that they put this in, they lower the height. Any alternative site can push this closer to the residents on the other side of that fence.
Yes, it will.
And I have to be honest.
If they're in the same area.
Right,
Yeah.
that's true, but again, I'm not gonna design it for them, it's not our purview, I'm not gonna tell them where to put it. But I'm also saying, I personally think that, and again, I don't know if we have any discretion, I'm guessing, I use the word shall as we have discretion.
Yeah.
You know, shouldn't, you know, that's the thing. But when I hear shall, I say we have some discretion here. We gotta look pretty hard to see those story poles from the public view. We can see them. And if they have a one-story building there, we'd still see them. And they'd have to push it pretty far back on the property for us not to see a one-story building from the views that we took.
Well, my problem is,
Here's my thing. That's gonna push it either further to the, I guess it's west.
it'd be southeast. Yeah.
Or it's gonna push it closer to the residents,
Mhm.
even though there's an agricultural building or something out of the way, there was some kind of a residence there. And there's a slew of residences, if I get it right, on the other side of the fence, a little bit further towards the end when we walked in. I don't particularly have a problem with this the way it is now. And that might be the short end of the stick, but I think we need to show some discretion once in a while, if we have discretion on our plate to do.
And I've had, as far as the shall and will and should and all of that, this is something that was explained to us when this visual policy first popped up 10 years ago, 15 years ago, something like that. We tangled with this particular policy several times. And the reason it was really on my radar and why I said, whoa, this is the issue. This is the 900-pound gorilla in the room right now for me, is because it is not, there's no amendation, there's no mitigation. It's shall not, as Nicole described. Council and staff have said to us before that, no, it's a shall not. You can't do it. There's no.
And Bethany,
This is for the, let me just be clear, Nicole, and I'll come right back to you. This is for the skylining. It has nothing to do with hillside ridgeline in this instance.
Well, if your skyline means viewing your own public area.
Yes.
But how about that house that we approved that you can see from 101?
You can still see it. That's not the point. It's skylining. And that's why I was trying to demonstrate with this picture. I'll come back to you just a second, Nicole.
I couldn't see the top, I could not see the top of the.
There's nothing behind it. That's why it's skylining. There's nothing but sky on that.
It's changing the composition of the ridge line. So instead of seeing the ridge.
Well, and that's getting into hillside ridgeline. I'm talking about the visual policy. What they don't want is they don't want a you know, a situation where it's going like this and they've got nothing but sky behind it.
A 20-foot steeple sticking up that for no other purpose other for the design. Again, don't get me wrong here.
I was not aware that that particular project skyline.
Well, no, I don't think it's the one did not.
Yeah,
Well, what I'm saying is, I think I understand what the systems have been in the past. I'm looking at this particular one.
Yes.
If they had some kind of architectural, whatever.
Projection
that stuck up for no reason that it looked up. They wanted to design or something, and we didn't say that it was a trademark like we did on the branch mark at that time. I would say, okay, get rid of it, we're fine.
you're still, but to my mind, you're still talking about Hillside Ridgeline, and I'm not talking about Hillside Ridgeline.
Right, but okay, I totally understand. So you're saying there has never been a case
No,
in your tenure here where something has remade the sight line of a nothing behind it where it's been approved.
no, I cannot,
If I
I'm
could,
talking,
okay,
I'm
sorry.
talking about let me just finish this, Nicole.
Yeah.
So you've got this situation where there's nothing but sky behind, there's no mountain or anything, and the project sticks up, that's skylines, that's the shall not. You can have a hillside ridgeline and the project sticks up and it may or may not meet hillside ridgeline requirements, it may or may not have projection, but it's not skylining. See what I'm-
There's never been ever, in the history of you being here, never been something at skyline that's been approved.
If you guys could give me just 1 minute, I have,
Go, Nicole.
this may or may not be helpful. This might add some more confusion, but as planners, we are often faced with, we have a document, it's 260 pages long with many, many policies in it. So the other thing, I just want to say is there's multiple policies that need to be applied from a community plan, and they all kind of need to be considered in concert. And there's often multiple policies that include the word shall that we have to balance with each other and at times meet to the maximum extent feasible. For example, there's also a policy that says that development and grading shall be cited and designed to avoid or minimize scarring of the landscape and minimize the bulk of structures. And so there's policies that talk about minimization of grading that say shall. There's policies that talk about development shall not occur on ridge lines if suitable alternative locations are available on the property. So it's not always completely black and white. You have to look at the design holistically. You have to look at the collection of the policies and really do what you guys do on every time that you meet is look at the design of the home, look at the topography of the site, look at the public views and decide, is that the most appropriate location or is there a more appropriate location? So I think we're getting a lot into the semantics of the policies, but it really comes down to what you guys already do every day, as in, is it the most appropriate location? Is there a less visible location? Is there a better design for the topography? So I think if you focus on that, then it really doesn't get into the black and white semantics or what we've done in the past. It gets into what the best design is for this particular site and the public views and the topography of the site.
Okay, I think I know how to do. Back to your question, Alan. Yeah, I'm sure there have been places in which they did on Gaviota Coast and so on and so forth. That policy is not applicable there. This is part of the Santa Ynez community plan. The second thing is that this has come up before in the Santa Ynez Valley community plan. And as Nicole has just reminded me, there are things that we should, this is not our finding. We don't need to worry about it in that sense. Where I'm coming from is I wanted this on the table. I wanted it now. I wanted it a part of our discussion, and I wanted us to be aware of it because it has the potential to be something which the planner is going to be working on, and which they could come back to their applicant and say, whoa, wait, you know, I've been out on the site visit, I've seen this stuff, we have a problem, we need to reevaluate. What are your alternatives? Do you have alternatives? Can you demonstrate whether or not these are viable? And so I think our discussion should first indicate do we see other options? What are the potential pros and cons that we see for them if we want to go there? And then most importantly, if the visual policy, you know, kind of standing back away from that, and just being aware that it could have an impact on our comments, can we then comment on the hillside ridgeline and the design of the structure so that the applicant has some information based on what they're proposing, the actual plan they're proposing today?
Here's my answer.
Yes.
I absolutely believe there are probably other places for this building to be. I'm not sure they're better. The third thing is, and we've had this discussion before, this is the third or fourth time I've been before, fourth time. What you just said should have been absolutely told to them in the first meeting,
Well,
but not in a way that they obviously understood.
All I
And that's
said
all.
is hillside ridgeline is what I found.
yeah, part of this, and I do not want to get into a discussion about how we got here and who did what and when and who they said. We did talk about this. We did not talk, in fact, I think if you go back and listen to the tapes, I brought up the potential for skylining very early on. Because I almost always do.
I don't doubt you. I don't particularly,
But- And it has to do with when you put up story poles and everything else. And so that's what I'm saying, you know, we could have right out of the box at the first, you know, we did do a site visit. We did not have them story pole. And the applicant didn't particularly want to at the time, if I remember correctly. They didn't particularly want to story pole the building, which was in a different location and was a different design. So would we have found out about this particular visual policy in the skylining at an earlier date? Probably. But it's not something, you make your decisions and you do the best you can.
Because just looking at one, be my last comment, they cut the height of this thing down by how much, Bethany, do you think?
I don't know. The architect, can you speak to that?
Yes, it's been cut down 7.5 feet from
So
the
they
original
found-
design.
They found an alternative, so I'm just guessing, and again, I don't, they found an alternative spot on their property. Would we now then, and they decided to add that 7 feet back?
Depends on the spot. If it triggers hillside ridgeline, then they still have to comply with hillside ridgeline. If it doesn't trigger hillside ridgeline, then they've got what they would enjoy for any of the other.
Okay. I, hearing what staff said, hearing what you said, I don't have a problem where it is now. I'm just worried about the fact that they're gonna push this thing, so the neighbors up on top are gonna really see.
I am also very concerned about the impact to the neighbor because actually my reading of the topography, if you look at this plan right here, my reading of the topography, if you were to stay in the same general location, and that's, you know, if there was no other place to put it. Because of this viewing angle, if you push it back this way, just straight south, which would get it tucked into the corner and, now I'm not seeing another structure real close here, Alan. I'm sure there are some other outbuildings and structures and, whatever, potentially residences, in that direction. But, your viewing angle is through here. It's through that little V right there. So if you push it this way, you're just kind of moving it within the same. You're probably not going to get much relief, not much bang for your buck for relocating. So now you're looking at something way back here, which I'm not sure you'd get much angle of repose from the hill based on this topography going this way. Or you're looking at pushing it this way, which I'm assuming they put some paddocks. So yeah, these are horse shade structures. They got little horse paddocks here to buffer, which is a nice thought. But now you're pushing it much closer, which they had it there to begin with, if I remember correctly. Or, I mean, I'm just sitting here thinking of, just like ideas are just floating through my head. You could swap the pad, put it over here, but as soon as you put this structure over here, now we're much closer to this resident's house. And then you've got, you got your other options, down here, and of course there's, looks like a drainage way. I think that's what the applicant's talking about. And then this hill, of course, is much steeper, and it's right next to their house, their main residence. So there's not, there are options. I see lots of options, but I don't have enough data.
It puts the onus back on the applicant.
Well, it's always been on the applicant.
No, true, but I'm just saying for us, we're sort of at a stopping point because they have to show that they don't have other options, or the other options aren't appropriate. And so that is really the next step, because we don't have an option right now.
Well, and I think that even if they were to, and I'm not saying viability or not, but to me, it seems like that it's a pretty egregious, it skylines. And so this doesn't seem to be the best location as far as that, but the structure right now in the current location, I agree with Alan's comments. They've dropped it significantly. It fits with the site. They've pushed it into the ground. They've done everything we've asked them to, and I would have, absent the skylining, I really don't have a problem with the structure as it exists now. Personally. But the skylining to me says that this isn't going to move forward in this location. So now we're into that tussle of, what are we asking the applicant to do? I mean, and staff would probably find it helpful to see if there were other locations, or disprove the viability of these alternate locations, which, yes, Robin's correct. That's at the point we're asking. Denise, what are you thinking?
I'm agreeing with everything that you're saying. It's when we were driving by and we looked up, I saw those story poles actually. I felt like they were going to cast a shadow on the adjoining property actually, because they just seem like they're changing the ridge line. So and like Alan said, we're not designing it, so can it be placed in another location that it's gonna fulfill the function? And yeah.
Well, for staff feedback, what it comes down to, and this is being really succinct and almost brutal, it does seem to me that there are alternative locations, is what I'd say to staff. Secondly, if
Bethany, sorry to interrupt. Are we in comments or still in deliberations?
Oh, no, this is, I would be taking comments.
Okay.
Definitely. Because I think what it comes down to is we've got certain kinds of direction to the applicant and certain kinds of direction to staff and so on and so forth. And to start to the applicant, I would say congratulations. It's a great story pulling job. I would say they did a great job on the building. It's our site visit truthed out the fact of what they were saying the last time before they put the story poles up. And they've now complied with the heights and everything else. And the design has been very responsive. And I think it's a good response to the comments and everything else. To staff, and then kind of sort of to the applicant, I'd say it does appear that there are alternative sites. And I think that they should coordinate with the applicant to determine the viability of those sites. And then I would rely on what staff says, staff comes back to us in their memo and says, that we feel this site is the only one, and now we're left with looking at it. I would hope that, that at that point, they can talk to the applicant about what they can do. How to address the tension between multiple shalls. And where they go from there. And I'm more than happy, Nicole, to be a part of that conversation. So that, they don't come back to us again and we spin our wheels and send them away. I would like to try and help the applicant, once staff has made their determination or has a general idea of where they're going with it, after they've worked with the applicant about the viability of other locations on site. And up to and including swapping different, like the new barn utility storage or the trailer pad. There might be some opportunities in those locations and moving the buildings around, the new buildings. Swapping uses. So that should be included as part of alternative site when you look at it. Because those are proposed buildings that haven't been built yet. So I'd look at that, and then at that point, if it comes down to no, building S is in the general location that's the best, and staff is in agreement, the applicant's in agreement, then at that point, I'm more than happy to come in and be a part of the discussion to see ways in which, moving this gets it here, this gets it there, what are the options at that point, so that they didn't have to come back and come to the full board
And I
do
think
one
that's
other.
the best alternative, working with staff and our chair. And to see
so that they
how
can,
they can move forward.
right, and then what their options are at that point. Okay, is that Denise? Okay, I got a thumbs up from Alan, for anybody who wasn't paying attention. Yeah, Jax and Nicole, what are your thoughts on that?
This is Jacqueline. That sounds good to me.
Okay, and the architect and applicant?
Madam Chair, while we're all here, I just wanted to see if there's any other questions we can answer to, since we're all on this team, to clarify any of the site constraints you're speaking about topography, and if there's actually specific questions, since we're all looking at it together, I just want to make sure that those are all addressed. So I think as you guys are discussing, there are some studies we need to look at with how this is visible from that. If you can provide us that location and photo, that would help us greatly in our modeling.
I suggest you go and take a look, but you can also, staff, I'm sure Jax will be out there. She's gonna go out, she'll be taking some pictures and you can, I'm sure you'll have access to those.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then I think there's what I'm hearing from the staff and from the committee is that there's some overlapping priorities here, and hopefully us working with staff to come forward with an alternative solution that we can then bring to Planning Commission, maybe with I guess not another hearing here, but discussion with you, Madam Chair. I don't know what.
I can talk to you about that. You're gonna have to, what we usually do is, the general deal is, although there isn't an approval, there's no action taken at conceptual level. What we do is we review the project at conceptual level and we take it to the point where we would give it preliminary. And I think, just speaking for myself, if this visual resource was not an issue, I would have no problem saying, yeah, you're ready to go. So I think the big thing is to determine on the staff end and in collaboration, your collaboration with staff, what's the best way to move forward, and how their findings are going to, how they all impact and work together and everything like that. And then whatever is determined, whether you flip-flop two buildings, swap places, or you find a different alternative site, or whether you proceed with this one. I'm gonna guess that you probably need one more. Staff would probably need the comments from us saying, yes, this is ready for preliminary. Including, you know, even given the visual resources, and the policy that says shall not skyline, even given that. I think you'd need that imprimatur from our board, and then at that point, you would just go, you'd go to the planning commission. So I think you probably have one more hearing, and the reason I offered to participate and to kind of coordinate in there is so that you would only have one more hearing at us for conceptual before you went to the planning commission.
And we appreciate those comments. I think our team's in agreement, you know, we need some time to study, building this in relation to that development standard. So, we probably would anticipate one more hearing. But what I'd like to know, you know, for the meeting, the minutes, and what I, you know, like concurrence that all other items are resolved with the remaining.
Yes, that would be a part of the
remaining
meeting.
items we said it gets built together with respect to the.
We also need a staff memo that basically says all of this.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
It's really good for this meeting if we had a staff memo that addressed all the issues.
It did. I
Did
mean,
it talk about skylighting?
it did not, because nobody had noticed it until we saw the story
Yes,
post.
you had mentioned it. So I'm just.
Way back. Yeah, and it, you know,
It is- and
like I said, we're here now.
Right, and these
Let's,
things happen.
yeah, let's deal with where we're at and get the best blueprint to move forward. So Nicole, do you need me to kind of go back over anything, or you think you got it?
I have quite a bit of notes, which I
Okay.
think have captured it. I
Okay.
think to the applicant's request, I think one of the things maybe we want to look at the prior minutes, because I think there were comments about site
Comments?
circulation.
Yep.
And if you are comfortable with the site circulation layout, I think the applicant was kind of asking that you state that if you feel that way based on what you've seen today.
So this was the slide we talked about. So the comments last time were circulation, the site circulation plan should be further developed and should graphically depict pedestrian, vehicular, and equestrian pathways. This one is the one that shows, the orange is just the vineyard. And circulation for that. And then there's another one. I don't think I went the wrong way. There we go. This one was showing the blue is vehicle. This kind of orangey color is the pedestrian, and they're showing that pathway. That's one of the pathways we walked. The green is the equestrian. And then they're showing drainage. Did they address for everybody the circulation? Do you have any comments? Anybody have any comments?
So, Stephanie, about that trailer again, it's just gonna be parked on the dirt.
Well, you can make that a comment. Why don't you just make that a comment to Nicole that the pad for the trailer,
Concrete pad, but anyway.
when the trailers, well, now's the time.
Time's a comment, okay. Yeah, it seems like there should be an access way to the trailer pad, and then I would reconsider the primary pedestrian walkway where you have to ramble up on the platform to get from,
You're talking about right here between the two.
yeah.
Yeah.
You have to walk over a platform to get to the, back of the property, to reconsider that, access way.
Can I jump in for some clarification?
Yeah.
The trailer pad, there's just gonna be a trailer sitting there. It's not gonna be needing vehicular access on a regular basis. It's just sitting in that area. That's just to depict the site.
Well, I think what she's saying, just to be really clear, is she's not asking that you have a asphalt or concrete or dark gray like this vehicular path, but that there be some acknowledgement that you have to get to it somehow. You know, you have to get in there and park it. And I'm not sure what kind of trailer we're talking about, but that there's, if it's more like a mobile home than, or an RV that somebody would be actually, living in, then obviously there's gonna have to be, you know, there's gonna be cars and whatever associated with it. And so we just want to know, how do you get in and out of it? And I think that's what Denise is talking about. And so, and it doesn't have to be on the hierarchy scale. It doesn't have to be hard pavement. It could be just a pathway, kind of like these trails, like you've designated your trails, like these equestrian trails. It could just be something like that, but some kind of line that shows how that's accessed is what we're talking about.
Okay, yeah, because it's gonna be accessed just right off that adjacent drive aisle, so. I mean,
That's fine. Just add that to your graphics. Anything else?
And
Okay.
then I didn't quite get the second comment, reconsider.
That
How
was
would,
the pedestrian pathway that we use today. It's kind of the primary route, getting from the entrance. to
Well,
that.
I'm not real concerned about it because a pedestrian can walk right down through here.
If that's the case, but that seemed to be the major walkway where you go over that platform, step up.
That's gonna be removed, because that's, remember there's the structure, the two barns are gonna have a thing that goes over, or a tractor.
He's talking about this here, Robin,
It's
in
the
the
one
middle.
where it's the viewing platform at the arena.
Okay.
And unless that's not a primary route, it's an awkward transition, stepping up, stepping down.
Yeah. So for the sake of your plans, just show the pedestrian pathway is going around the arena.
Right.
Solved.
okay, so the comment is in
The
future plans.
pedestrian pathway, that's going between the two,
The arena and the tennis court.
yeah, it should just go around, I guess it's the tennis court, go around the tennis court. Just graphically showing it's going around the tennis court. It's kind of getting nitpicky. Would like to see more space between the property line and access way to the south. I believe the applicant addressed that during the presentation. Consider bringing uses closer to the facilities they will be using, for example, horse pasture and barn. He talked about that as well. We previously had said we had no issues with W, Y, X, and T. Building S would like to see story poles. They did that. We did the site visit. Coordinate with the planner how best to graphically illustrate hillside ridgeline compliance. And I think the planner's memo indicated that they are complying, so they've satisfied that for the planner. Coordinate with BAR chair and project planner on story pole plan advance, and they did that as well, so. Got it. Okay. Any other comments? All right, so I'll look forward to hearing from you folks once you've kind of gotten together with Jacqueline and some.
So I mean, what will be the actionable items, further study?
There's no action aside from the direction to the planner and you folks, the applicant's design team, to get together and figure out how to, she needs to be able to make her findings and, you know, what's the end result of exploration of any alternative building sites and how you demonstrate to that viability of those or not to her and what you've done and all that. That's what you need to do. You guys need to work on that. And then you need to contact me so that I can work with you and we can figure out how best, you know, how that interacts with our comments, and then what's the path forward to the coming back to us.
All right.
So let's not make a bottleneck, let's try and get you through. Okay, thank you. Okay, item number 2, 22 BAR 85 Morehouse single family dwelling and grading. Close this. And that, and that, and then I need to, let's go to item number 2. Do we have somebody here for item number 2?
Yes, Devin Barnes with Bruin Associates.
Okay. Let me just get your plan up here. Okay, this is Coyote Road. Ah, I remember this one. All right. So, guys, please note that the project is inner rural hillside ridgeline and therefore subject to a 16-foot or 19-foot with 4 and 12 roof pitch height limit. Please work with your sign planner to meet height requirements. Unable to make the findings for approval due to the height, light trespass, and the inability to make findings for neighborhood compatibility. So we didn't give you a whole lot. Well, we gave you a big thing, but we didn't give you a whole lot because the big thing needed to be addressed, sounds
Yes.
like.
Correct.
So we're all familiar with where we're at? Okay. And I think there was either the site plan or the vicinity map or something and showed it on one parcel and it was kind of on another, but whatever.
Okay.
Got that all worked out. So this is your parcel.
Yes, and I'd like to point out that there's a large area of the parcel that has the floodplain to it.
Yes, that's all this stuff south of this line, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, it has some serious constraints, so.
Yes,
Okay.
and the rest of it had been originally a vineyard that our client's father had actually run for a while. The vineyards are not there anymore.
Okay.
There is interest. I know that agriculture has been discussed here because this is the agricultural zoned area, but there is interest to put in lavender in that kind of steeper area where the vineyards used to be. What we did to abide by the inner rural hillside ridgeline guidelines, which I'm sorry that we had definitely missed that. We did bring the site down a little closer towards the flatter portion of the site. And if you go to some of the sections, you will see we also had a 2-story structure and we brought it down to a 1-story structure. You can see the site here, most of it is very flat, going over to Coyote Creek Road, which is an existing easement road for another neighbor. We are looking at situating the house, up the hill somewhat to have some views, but to also be tucked away so that it is not too apparent on the property. So yeah, if you go to section cut, you'll see that we are within this, we're in between the 16 to 19, or actually we're below the 16 with some grading work to be done there.
There's your adjacent properties.
Correct. So here, what we're showing, trying to get some context, there are some neighborhoods adjacent to the area, but those neighborhoods are more formal with sidewalks and the ranch style. In the more rural zoning areas, there isn't really a strong sense of style. So where I wanted to show you where we came up with this, one is, discussing, the fire hazard of the California area, trying to do no eaves, trying to do metal or tile siding, and then also work with the ideal solar orientation for solar. Security and privacy is also a big thing, and what that goes actually well with is the other comment that you guys had from before about the light pollution. We had taken the light pollution more as lighting and shielding the lighting at the night, but not from within the building per se. So what we also did was decrease the amount of glazing on the project significantly. And then also,
there you go.
Yeah. So then also what we researched a bunch was adding tint, not a mirror tint, but more of just, a tint that would be also not only help with the solar heat gains and the codes, but also will significantly decrease the amount of light out at night. Please note that there are still plans for shades and curtains. This is not meant, but we want to be upfront that this is the glazing. The other thing that we noticed with that, which I didn't know if you guys would highlight would be that, with some sense of that glazing, the amount of birds that fly into glass. So adding a mullion system to this actually helps prevent that. So we wanted to showcase that we are looking in all avenues of that to safeguard. We took down the amount of tile, the terracotta cladding that we had on one end that was more appropriate when the building was one linear piece. Now we have it as almost with a residential bend to it wing. And we are just using the tile, highlighting these kind of seating areas next to windows, and then possibly that would go out onto the deck. Once again, this is still somewhat conceptual. We want to make sure that we're in line before moving too far forward with this.
Okay, hold on, just real quick while we're looking at this. So what you've done here, say on this north elevation, the reason this is where the roof line would be together, and the building actually is going away from us on both ends, right?
Correct. So we're flattening it out for you.
Yeah, you took both as if we were looking straight on.
Yes.
But we really wouldn't be. And the same is true for the south elevation, which is why these are overlapping, because this would be, we're looking into a V.
Towards you. Correct. Exactly.
Okay, so I'm gonna split back up here one. So that's what we're looking at. This is the
Yes.
V, and then this would be the
Backside.
backside, the opening.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the carport is back here with a little green roof.
Correct.
So in the elevations, where would the carport, is it on the north side? It would-
Yeah, on the north side next to the entrance door there.
So it'd be right in here,
Off to the left of it.
left of this left?
The other left.
The other left.
Yes.
So my left, not the door's
Yeah, so
left.
that
That's what
area
I'm
would
asking.
basically be somewhat partially hidden by the carport, but this is on the back north side. Regardless, this is a much more private zoned area.
And then what would the carport look like? I mean, as far as posts or anything like that?
Yeah, just open, so post, and the idea that we're then sloping towards the hillside to kind of keep the greenery of, I guess if you're a drone and you look down upon it, there's nobody looking down from this angle to the property, but just to provide some type of
Okay, so if I'm looking at this correctly, sorry, I drew a line, didn't mean to. The general area where that blue box is kind of sort of where the carport would be.
Yes,
I mean, it's kind
correct.
of floaty, but
Yes.
it would be like right in here.
Yes.
And it would just be right in here. Okay, on that elevation, and then the reverse is true. You'd kind of see it at an angle, but you'd just get a little clip of it.
Oh,
from this-
I'm sorry. It's number 3. See where the entry overhang is with the person?
So it would be on this
It's
side.
on that side, and then elevation 2, it's on the right side.
Okay, so it'd be over here. That's what I was having trouble, sorry.
Yeah,
So-
and the right, yeah, number 2 is bent around, so it's even almost more obscure.
So this one here on this side, you were just describing, so would it actually kind of go like that from left to right? It'd be like a
No,
line?
right to left.
As far as stop that. Didn't want to do that, sorry. No, sorry.
Yes, yeah, you kind of see it in the plan.
So it's gonna go this way. I mean, I'm not as familiar with my tools here as I should be. Okay.
Can we annotate?
Yeah, annotate. So is it gonna follow this roof line? Yes, like that?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Only.
I mean, this is pretty rough. We're not gonna,
Yeah, no, I understand. Okay, no, I get it. All right. You can take it out of there. All right, got it.
Okay.
So, okay,
Could I ask that we see a photograph of the site? I know we started the neighborhood.
yep, hold on just a second.
Trying to go back to August last year.
Yep, hold on. Those are the inspiration. This is the. Did you have any site photos?
You know what we did on the original set that, my apologies, I thought this was being interwoven into the last set. So
No, they
our-
never do that. If
Yeah,
you want them, if you want them to show them again, you need to tell
Yeah.
them to let them.
Yeah.
Best to just resubmit them.
the whole thing, yeah, our
Yeah.
apologies.
Just,
Is there a vicinity map?
yeah, hold on a second. This is the best, Robin. Why did I lost my Zoom.
Yeah, but, and the red is somewhat a rough overlay of,
Away. I don't want to find. Here's my Zoom. Anyway, I'll have to, I know how. Yay. So these are the houses that, you know, she's obviously keying in, but this is where she went. This just slopes down. We did a lot of work with a gentleman over on this site. Remember, he had his house that he was putting in here and another structure in here, a barn that was going in. This is Mission Drive, and we're almost to Alamo Pintado.
Okay, and then where's all?
It's down, it's off screen, and then it winds around, and the nursery is back here in the playground.
Okay.
That you get to it from the playground. I'll go back to the vicinity map.
At least I'm in the area.
Yes, I'm sorry, I should have just lingered a little more on the vicinity map. Here you go.
I'm just not sure that I was even at this meeting.
Yeah. It was kind of like the first item with the
height.
The height, she was like, what? Anyway, this is Mission Drive, and it comes all the way down here, and then Alamo Pintado runs up here, and then this is Coyote Creek. This is the park, Sunny Fields Park. So you come up right off of there, and then it comes down and around. Sorry, I should have been more clear. Everybody just kind of went, yeah, we know where we are. Yeah. And she showed us a lovely building, and we all went, we have a problem. So, yeah, it was kind of, but let's see, we were on, are you finished with your presentation, ma'am?
Yeah, those were the three items. So reduction of height, reduction of glazing and glazing type, and the neighborhood compatibility was actually, if we go to that sheet, I think, was that what I couldn't hear another board member was asking about?
Yeah, that's, you spoke quite succinctly, I thought, on the neighborhood compatibility.
Yeah, these ones at the top of the page are their direct neighbors that not only do they have views coming into their property, but also these neighbors, besides the one on the bottom left, would have real, access to their site.
Sure. Okay. All right, so any other questions really quick? I kind of nailed my questions. So then I'm gonna call for public comment. Do we have any public comment?
We don't have anybody in here today. We have. Is it the panelists? There's
No.
a race now. Okay.
Nope.
We don't have anybody on my need. Paula Moore.
Paula Morehouse, I think, is the owner.
Correct, she's just listening in, yes.
Yes. Which we appreciate, so.
We do not have any.
Okay, so go to board deliberations. I like it. I think it looks really good. She's reduced, I like a lot of what she's talking about with the reduction in the glazing. That was something we very much talked about, everything else, and I'm really looking forward to it, coming back to us.
The next step would be to add some the landscape plan to it.
You know, they're not required to do a landscape plan, but I would like to see how you're going to, because you've got quite a bit of grading. You know, with the cut and fill that you're proposing. So at a minimum, you need to show us on your site plan, you know, how, is there gonna be, like, for example, around this pool and spa? What do you got? Where's the pool equipment house gonna go, and where's that gonna locate? So some site circulation, you know, the extents of your hardscape, and everything, and that, Denise is right, that's usually very clearly shown on usually a landscape architect or designer is who you're talking about. Yeah, so like this. So we're looking for basically an enlargement of this area here, shown at sufficient scale that we can see what's paved, what's not, what are your treatments, what are your materials in the landscape, and then what are you planting for any areas you're disturbing for grading, because obviously the grading is going to go across here and it's going to impact to this direction as well. And because you're going to have that fall slope where you've got, and I can see your grading in here. So you need to have, you know, some kind of erosion control mix and something else. So it could be quite minimal as far as a planting plan per se. It's not, or a landscape plan.
Yeah.
But we do want to see, what your surfaces are and everything else. It's not just the plants, I guess is what I'm saying.
Correct. Yes.
Looking
Yeah.
for the pathways and all that kind of stuff and your material call outs. And then, yeah, she's got her exterior lighting already on here. It was on the elevation. Go down to that. Yeah, you might want to show your exterior lighting. Is that what that is here? No.
That was a hose bib.
Yep, okay.
Yeah.
So, so you might want to show it. I saw you had it on the elevations
Yes.
already.
Yeah.
And she's got it called out down here, Robin, along with her materials.
And do we have what type of lighting it is and all that?
It's,
I mean, this is not.
yeah, she's got this here. You'll need to include your, you know, the whole, the rest of the lighting, you know, it needs to have, we are looking for and appreciate it when applicants specify a 2700 Kelvin for the temperature on the lamp. You'll need to call out your lamps and watts. And then, yeah, no, I think everything else looks good.
Is the siding called out?
It's right there.
Says,
Aluminum, the light gray and the dark gray. The dark gray is the roof.
and then the light gray is.
It's, you should add that on here, which is roof, which
Yes.
is,
Yep.
you know.
Just tagging it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'll need a materials board you'll need to submit. You'll need to do a physical one eventually for
Yep.
final. So if you want to go ahead and put it together,
Yeah.
in addition to what you've got here, you can go ahead and put your physical board together.
Great.
And then I'd take a picture and submit the picture for preliminary,
Okay.
okay? Or how do we want to see a return? Preliminary final? That way, if it's
I
everything,
haven't seen it before, it's hard for me to say it.
I think, I'm comfortable preliminary final with the caveat. So, okay, so what we're discussing right now, this is for you. The preliminary is your appealable action. So
Mhm.
that's the one that, you know, we'll take and then, you know, you have to post and do all that kind of good stuff. And what we need at preliminary is we're gonna need to see at least a good start on your detailing. You know, for, you know, your windows and doors and we're gonna need to see the materials for the landscape. You know, how you're gonna do, what's gonna be what. You're gonna need to at least be thinking about what you're gonna plant on that carport roof, and we're gonna need to see the carport. you're gonna need, elevations and details regarding the carport. So that's all stuff we'd need to see at preliminary.
Okay.
Not so much, full on details, but we're gonna need to see it, because right
Yeah.
now, we're just kind of shooting blind.
Mhm.
I'm getting there. What we just discussed was, should you return for preliminary or preliminary final? And our feeling is that you should be afforded the opportunity, you should be agendized for preliminary and final at the same time. And for final, you would need the preliminary package, but you would also need all your windows and door details and any corbels or the carport would need to be fully detailed. We'd need all the detailing about the lighting and you'd need definitely have all the stuff depicted on your color board. Usually on the color board, you're gonna have your roof, your siding, the terracotta tile, any other materials, including the carport material. And usually people put at least the picture of the lighting and then the call out.
Yes.
In your plans, you're gonna need to have, the lamp wattage and the temperature, the Kelvin and, all that good stuff. You're gonna have that's a whole nother step. And the caveat here, and I'm being long-winded, where's my red light? The caveat is if you come in for preliminary and final and and something happens and we make some kind of comment and we can't take the final action,
Mhm.
and you've detailed this carport we haven't seen, for example, and we go, oh, no, we can't approve that. It doesn't match the building, or I'm
Correct.
playing
Yeah.
devil's advocate here.
There's a
okay? I'm not saying
risk.
It's gonna happen. There's a risk.
Got it.
And so, you could get too far down the line. I don't think you're gonna have a problem, but I just it's incumbent upon me to tell you that this is a risk. And
With this point in time, the applicant oftentimes doesn't submit all the lighting information.
Yeah.
Fully shielded bulbs, and that they're night sky compliant.
yeah, and you've pretty much got that on there already. We can see that. So, but that's the kind of information that needs to be in there for preliminary and final. The planner may or may not be at the point where they are comfortable agendizing it for final, so it might just come back preliminary, but we're cool with it going preliminary and final. So
So we could kind of touch base with the planner to present it to them.
you'll have to get with the
Yeah.
planner before you can get back on our agenda.
Got
But
it.
yeah, no, looks good. We like it, and we hope to see you for preliminary and final.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Item number 3. Let me just start this. Rasmussen Trust Barn, 22 bar 262. And there's a material board. And and if everybody's okay, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Hope that's all right. I'm gonna go ahead and read the CBAR comments and then we'll come back and dive in, okay? Road structure and butterfly roof is appropriate. Appreciate the reference to the design of the house. Look at the distance between the edge of the building and location of the drainage swale. Appreciate that the structure has been sunk into the hillside, but removal of a knoll in order to create a flat side is not consistent with hillside ridgeline policies. Creation of a steep slope through placement of fill is not the best way to deal with spoils on site. Board looks forward to seeing how the applicant addresses this issue. So I'm going to step out for just 2 seconds and already do that. Okay, so we're back. Thank you for that short break. We have 4 items to hear. It is now noon. So what's the pleasure of the board? Do we want to just keep going and get through them all? Yeah, I'm hearing brains rattle. Yes, Denise? Okay.
Yes.
All right, so we have a applicant here for Rasmussen Trust Barn.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Bethany, and sorry, Ken, to interrupt you real quick. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can, Brett.
We had one little housekeeping item I want to make sure that we address before we get into the barn, or too far into the barn. On the approval last year of the main residence, I failed to get on the application, the original land use permit application, the pool and the covered kitchen, outdoor kitchen. They were on the plans, they were reviewed by your group, approved, and then they didn't get on the final land use permit, which has been issued. So
Right.
Our planner for the barn is tagging those 2 items onto this LUP.
Okay, so in essence, we have to look at them to make sure that they're included in the permit and in the review.
Correct,
Even
and
though we
they're
looked at
in
it
this
before.
set of plans as well.
Perfect.
Thank
Okay,
you. Sorry, Ken, thank you.
thanks, Brett.
No worries.
Ken?
Yep.
All right,
Hi,
so,
Matt.
yeah, hold on just a second. I'm getting a question from the board, Ken. Yeah, we did. We looked at them, but they
We're part of the permit.
they weren't part of the permit.
But
Is
now
what
they are.
Brett just, yes, if you read the agenda, it
Yes.
says, the permit also includes pool spa, 500 square feet, and covered outdoor kitchen, 300 square feet, located at the single family dwelling. So it just didn't get included, although we looked at them.
Okay, but I thought you were just looking at them for placement.
Well, we're gonna look at them again, so. All right, Ken, let's go.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I could add on that topic.
Sure.
The actual reason it was looked at for the design, everything is the same. It wasn't in the project description in the text.
Right.
And that's the only housekeeping issue that Brett was referring to.
Okay.
So I'll cover things maybe in brief, and if you want to go into more detail on something, ask me.
Okay,
So if
you got it.
On the cover sheet, you'll see the proximity there off Ballard Canyon. And you can see the sort of shape of this barn that you liked from last time. And then if you click down onto the first civil sheet, just in the interest of getting right to the heart of the matter, which would be C1.
Nope, went too far. Got it.
One more, yeah, this one gives you the overview of everything as well. So you can see the barn is there at the bottom, the southerly portion.
Got it.
Next page, this is the barn. And the problem with the last concept review was that there was a lot of spoils down here from the other part of the project. So we've basically just limited to the grading to the absolute minimum needed in order to be able to actually just drive to the barn. The barn was raised such that its finished floor is essentially at existing grade, and the only grading that we're doing, although it's non-trivial, is just so that you can drive out there. So we're not making extra flat spots. We're just making it so you can get there to the barn.
Okay.
So this is the least you could do to be able to drive there. And then from here, you might go to back, or let's keep going down into the A sheets. Oh, you had previously requested, I think staff requested, or you requested if you go on to the one that's got the red and blue slope map, you can see that that's number 8 there on the PDF. this shows that this is why the barn is here, because it's on the lowest slope part of the site. So
Got it.
everywhere that's blue that's existing is below 20%, and we're only nudging into the other parts where we have to.
Okay.
And then from here, you could go down to page 9 and then 10, and you'll see just sort of like the site planning. So it's just the most basic possible page. There's the floor plan next. This is really, it's quite understandable. The roof plan with these elevations, I think, are helpful. We've got a kind of a butterfly roof that allows us to actually, the owner's interested in collecting the water eventually, and you can see the metal siding. It's a Ken Hollister prefabricated metal barn, and the only lights proposed are these that are adjacent to the doors and windows, which are a barn type fixture, and you can see those on the last page of all of this. The project, everything is, in spite of a little bit of rolling terrain, everything stays below the 16-foot height limit. And on the last page, you can see the called out light fixtures. So with the material board, the light fixtures, and essentially you can see the sort of kind of detailed setup. This is the project that the owners would love to do. It's very straightforward and minimal. The palette is darker brown and earth tones, matte finishes, and very, very much trying to just fit into the landscape out there and not be eye-catching.
Okay. I'm gonna scroll up top again and see. This was your visual analysis. That was from the structure. And then I was just looking for the kitchen, and Brett had said that those were in here. And this is the extent of the set. We've gone through all
It's
the
right there,
drawings.
Bethany. It's on that sheet 9 that you've got. You'll see the pool, and then just to the east, there's the covered outdoor kitchen.
If you zoom in there, the swimming pool is, and the flat work and the roof overhang there, you can see right above your right, the hand there, up and to the right is just a covered outdoor patio.
Oh, this right here.
Yeah, that was always there. There's a little island out there for outdoor cooking, and that's it.
Okay, so it's just this little island and the swimming pool portion that were at issue, Brett?
That's correct. They were always on the plans. They just were not in the project description.
Okay. Okay.
Bethany.
Yep.
1 second.
I did just want to mention that I did discuss this project with the planner, and it's correct. It's just a cleanup item, the pool, and it just wasn't in the project description. It was shown on the prior plans. We looked at it, it just wasn't in the project description. And then on the barn, this project is also in the Santa Ynez community plan area. So those same policies that we were looking at in terms of siting would apply. And there's also a policy, another balancing policy that talks about the fact that grading development of slopes on 20% or greater should be avoided. So this is again one of those projects where there's a balance of policies that will need to be met.
Sure. And I'm just looking at the rest of the site and it's like, I'm not sure how you get there.
Oh, how you get to the barn?
Yeah, well, no, I meant like if, I mean, as far as considering this area down here, for example, there's really no way to get to it besides this already recorded easement, I'm assuming, that gets you off of whatever driveway that is. And then, okay. I'm gonna go back to this plan real quick. Yeah, and it's, it would, based on the topography here. Nicole, were you talking about as far as having to go out and take a look at it or anything like that? I mean, as far as.
I was just, I wanted to bring it up since we had the other one and since you had the comment about the knoll in your prior minutes. So, and then I wanted to bring up the slope policy because if you look at the slope map, it's clear that they are pretty constrained on where they can locate this. And so my thought is that your next step would be looking at within that area that they do need to be located that's on the lower slopes, what's the, is this location and arrangement the most appropriate given your prior comments? So just basically that our policies support your prior comment and it's now up for your discretion.
Okay. Do we have any quick questions?
Yeah, just real quick, Ken, on the site plan, there's kind of a paint line. Is that like a cow?
There's looks like a graphic artifact, Ken, right here where my hand is. See, I'm following it.
Yes.
Looks like his driveway.
Just like a little dirt.
It's in sort of an existing, just where people have been driving around. I think the maintenance folks have been driving along there, so it just goes right down the nose, but that's just it's remnant of, you can see the terrain, the surveyed terrain. There's no real road there or anything.
Good, thank you.
Okay, do we have public comment?
We do not have any public comment online. We don't have anybody in attendance.
Okay. Comments, board? Do we have a concern about any visibility from?
It sounded like Nicole wanted us to maybe consider going to look at it.
It'd probably be a good idea.
I want to clarify, I don't have the authority and I cannot ask you to do that. I just was wanting to make sure that you had the scope of the policies that would apply. So that's all up to you.
It might be nice if one of us went out and take a look.
Could you?
Yes, I can do it. Ken, would you have a problem if I did a site visit and came out and looked at the site proposed?
No, not at all. I wonder if we aren't overcooking the turkey just a little bit. Originally the project was approved as ag exempt.
Right.
Because if we pushed it just a little bit further north, then we could avoid the 16-foot drop.
Sure.
But that actually resulted in more grading. So we've got a barn that's below 16 feet that's minimizing grading. So it's kind of the best spot. And it's on a 10-acre parcel that's landlocked behind a bunch of other big parcels.
Yeah.
So my hopes and dreams would be that that this kind of like the common sensibility of this ag structure is, we're verging on exempt, but we're here to do the right thing.
Got it.
Bethany, my only other comment would be we're roughly 50 feet lower than the knoll of the property that protects this from Ballard Canyon from the public use
Yes.
as well.
Yeah. Hold on just a second, let's see, that's that. That. Yeah, Ken is usually very articulate. You got a compliment on your overcooking the turkey comment
Oh.
there.
Thanks, folksiness, yeah.
Just real quick, let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure see any reason to be super concerned about, because I'm not really aware of why that would, yeah, I just don't think for Ballard Canyon, given the way, I mean, obviously, from Ballard, you're gonna see up into this house, but then it keeps going up behind it, and I'm not sure that you could see around the corner of this.
It's absolutely sheltered from that road, and and even on the
As
private
a public
drives.
viewing point, I just don't see them.
It's hard to have X-ray vision.
Yeah, and we kind of rely on the planner too,
Yeah.
to do the site visit and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm not too concerned about that at this point. I don't see any red flags that would say, we gotta go look at this. Is everybody on the same page?
Wow.
Okay, so comments about the structure?
Structure of the time.
And the lighting, and here's the lighting.
Be interested to learn how to capture water later.
You just put something in the ground to catch it. Yeah. Be my guess. What I do.
Yeah, the butterfly roof will have a big gutter down the middle that would lend itself to getting all the roof water. But it's not a system that's currently planned.
Yeah. You'll need to indicate on here, Ken, which of these, what finishes and colors, and then you've got a materials board, maybe you've got it on here already. So here's your roofing, the hardscape, and yeah, what color are the light fixtures? I'm sure they're gonna be it sounds like you're looking to blend them into the body color of the.
Yeah, if we could just condition it to be sort of bronze, for example,
Sure.
then we would be done.
You got it. And the bronze is kind of that kind of similar
Black.
to this.
Yeah, blackish, brownish,
Yeah. It's not a brassy color.
no.
Okay, and you have a problem with a fixture temp of 2700 K?
No, that's great.
Okay. Okay, that can be part. And there
Have we moved on to comments now?
Oh, yeah.
If you guys could let me know when you're transitioning, that'd be
Oh,
great.
well, we went right to comments from, you mean from deliberation?
Yes.
Just
Oh,
one,
yes.
just one, by the way, quick comment back, Chair. It says here that it comes in either 3,000 or 4,000. So if we could do the 3,000.
3,000 would be okay, yep.
Yeah, that's very close to the 2,700.
Well, it says here, 2,700.
Oh, right. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, we want the 2,700. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, So you're still here for conceptual, how do we want to see him come back? Yeah, definitely, come back preliminary final. If, planning department for years, Ken, did not want us to do preliminary and final. They didn't want us to take both actions at consent. But if they're open to it, they've started doing it again, so, yeah.
Yeah. We
But-
love that, because we don't
Yep.
have any changes to make or any
Yep.
development. This thing's ready to go into the building department.
Yep, so here, Nicole, these are my comments. Return preliminary and final on consent if possible, otherwise full board. Our understanding is that the light fixture is gonna be kind of a bronze color, which the applicant they'll make the proper notations moving forward. They'll identify, the colors and the temperature and, which one and all that kind of stuff. They'll have all the specs worked out on the lighting sheet here. I'd ask, Ken, if you could, add to your materials board, if you could add just whatever the color of the light is gonna be,
Yes, indeed.
an
we will.
approximation on the materials board, that would be great, and then identified. And everything else is fine. The last thing, this is not a condition for us, but is a question for Nicole or the planner or staff, other staff. Given that this is capturing the approval of the outdoor kitchen and the pool spa kind of location, if there's any other drawings or anything else that, just like a cutout of the drawing or something like else that needs to be a part of this package, so that we're not referencing something else. Oh yeah, we saw that somewhere else, but if somebody came and pulled this package up later and said, well, what did you actually approve? I wouldn't want to imperil the permit or the approval. So it seems like to me that Ken, you should pull that. Just give us a little drawing and maybe a little elevation of that island and the
Yep.
pergola.
Yep, no problem.
Yeah, just for completeness sake. I know we saw it and had no problems with it, but I would include it in when you come back for a preliminary and final, so that our approval captures it and it's all documented and you don't have to worry about it.
Understandable.
Okay? All right. Sounds like a plan. We look forward to seeing you soon.
As always, thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board, for being here for us.
Okay, have a great day.
You too.
Okay, item number 4. Let's see if we can get, now that we're on a roll, let's see if we can get going. Okay, 22 bar 107 Kiani Tasting Room. We have somebody here for this. This is in Los Olivos. I can go ahead and read the comments from last time.
Sure. Yes, this is Hillary Shank. I'm an associate and architect at Olson Kundig. I'm joined today by our landscape architects, Paul Sanga and Maggie Jensen as well. And
Okay.
Would you like to read the comments first?
I would love to. Just give me
Okay.
one quick trip. And then if you could just kind of guide me through the drawings so that you can address the comments, and then hopefully we can get you guys going. Okay, the overall project and treatment of existing structures is excellent. Consider less white for the exterior color of structures. A more earth tone color would be preferable. Concerned about the use of DG for parking areas, as DG does not hold up well during inclement weather and vehicular use. And the landscape plan is excellent overall. The sycamore may not be the best choice for this area due to root system and allergens. Consider adding a fence to protect the proposed planting that is located under the frontage trellis. Consider that pedestrians walking from cars to the walkway may result in damage to plants near the parking area. All right, let's go.
All right. Thank you. I think the rendering on the front is just a good reminder for context too. And we did, take all the comments the board made into consideration and clarified the material palette, hard surfaces, and planting selections. So if you could please turn to page 12, we could look at the material palette in a bit more detail.
Okay, I'm just gonna flip through as we go.
Sure.
There's 11. 1, 2, is this the one you were talking about?
Yes, this is our material palette here.
Okay.
So based on comments, we refined the palette to show design intent a bit more accurately than before. So this
Right.
palette is focused on being simple and warm to complement the Los Olivos area. The client is interested in keeping the warm bone painted wood siding with metal trim and windows to match. Windows are steel with true divided lights also painted to match the wood siding, but the color is really a warm bone, not a stark white. And the brick shown on the right there in the image, that's going to be for the new VIP structures, and it's a painted red brick that's soft and follows the California palette. So the intent is that it's not an opaque paint, but more of a wash so that the red shows through. This bone painted brick is on top of a concrete plinth, which is the image above the brick there. And then on the left, you see our Kebony wood decking for the exterior, and then our warm wood flooring for the interior spaces with the metal roof. That's the roofing material for all of the new structures.
Okay, so this big thing, is this the main body? Is this what you're talking about here? Is this
For the
color?
interior floors, yes.
This is the interior floors. So
Mhm.
is this the exterior body and trim? Am I
Yes.
getting that right?
Yep,
Okay.
exterior wood paint, yeah, exterior wood
Number
painted siding.
5 is the exterior, number 6 is the trim. 4,
That is the window system. So
Okay,
painted
so that would
painted
be
to
the
match the wood
windows.
siding.
got it, and we got 6 and 7, that's the concrete. Which is your base, and then this is the brick on top of it, and both these materials are on the new.
Yes,
VIP
correct, on the
image,
new.
right?
Mhm.
And then this is just your context photo, it doesn't have anything. There's no materials call out associated with your.
Right, just
the
for
floor plan.
context to show intent. Mhm.
All right.
And
going.
then just to note too, that Kebony image, the darker wood color there, that will also silver over time.
Okay,
And then the palette is really best seen on the exterior elevations, which start on page 35. So they're a bit farther down. It's A300.
okay. We'll come back to landscape. I'm just. Still on landscape, oh. This was a big set. Very full plans. This first of your elevation, so this is A3.
Great, thank you. So what we did with the elevations is that we have a page for each side of the building where we've just juxtaposed the existing versus new. So the
Right.
elevation existing is on the top, proposed is in the middle. And then because the architecture is so integrated with the landscape, we added the third elevation on the bottom showing the proposed build condition in relationship to the site. So here, this is the view from the south where it's from the back entry parking area. So you can see how the new brick structures are on top of that concrete plinth. So the warm bone painted red brick, is complemented with the lush landscaping. And then the detached storage building is on the left with the 2 new VIP rooms on other side of the new deck and trellis. And all new structures have the same metal seam roof.
Okay, and then what's the material on the storage structure here?
That is, since that's a new structure, we're showing that as the painted brick to match the new VIP structures.
Got it.
And then the west elevation, so this is the west wall of the proposed bistro. So here on the bottom image, you can see that we have a fence along the length. It's a stone wall where we have the outdoor sitting area that then transitions into a wood fence along the addition.
Okay.
And then for the north elevation, so this is the main entry off Almo Pintado. You can see we've maintained the existing accessible ramp, cleaned up some of the existing fenestration to simplify a bit more, make it more refined. And then in the bottom, you can really see how the landscaping is lush and inviting to the public. And on the east side, this is the other side of the VIP structures and the existing tasting building. So here there's going to be a lawn area for patrons for both the tasting building and the bistro. And then we have another beautiful stone fence along the property line.
Okay.
And then this might be a good time to transition over to landscape to have Paul and Maggie speak to updates that they've made to the design there.
Okay.
This is Paul. I can speak to maybe we have a surface plan L103. That's right. Perfect. So what we wanted to demonstrate was the lavender color areas are actually the hard surface areas. So effectively, there's a hard surface access to all major doors and to the terraces. The D and G surfaces really are kind of the soft surfaces that would be more used from a fair weather condition. And then with the D and G sort of conditions as well, the client's familiar with it in terms of the maintenance on the ranch. So it's something that they understand it, and there would be a management component to it. But definitely there is sort of hard surface accesses to all the doors, so that in poor weather you get easy access to it. And then if we move to L802. Perfect, thank you. There was a comment with regards to the folly that was in the East Garden and the concern of confusion about wanting to walk through that space into the East Garden and adding a component of metalwork there. So there is actually a proposed fixed metalwork that was part of the submission. We had the same concern that it would be an invitation, but really we're trying to keep more of a peekaboo view into that side yard space. And then as was pointed out with the side yards, we did have a conversation with Puck, and there was a concern about the side yard fencings that was proposed. And so for the east side, as Hillary had pointed out, we're looking at a masonry wall with the stone application and a lime wash on it. And it's the same on the west side in the front area through there. That's right, would be the masonry wall with the lime wash, and then it would continue as a fence towards the south.
Okay, so this would be fence along here, masonry wall, and then no actual, these are low walls here?
Yeah, those are 4-foot walls, that's right, so that you can look through them. That's right.
There's your folly, and then you pick up your masonry wall here, go all the way down to the back.
That's right.
Okay.
And then Maggie could speak to the planting with regards to the sycamore, and I'll pass that to her.
Good afternoon. This is Maggie. Could we go to LP 101, please? So, we took the sycamore comment under consideration and did a little bit of research. Currently on the plan, we're showing it as a sycamore or a valley oak. We would like to keep our options open with this tree. When we looked into it, it's listed only as moderately allergenic, so a lot lower on the list than many of the trees that are common in Los Olivos. It is widely planted as a street tree, and it's in a good sized planter, which is 12.5 by 27 feet. So, and a root barrier could be used as well. So we feel that it could be an appropriate tree for the site. And we did also speak with Puck about this, and she concurred that either would be a fine choice. So that is the update on the Sycamore. And then we had an additional comment on the to the south, this strip of planting in front of the parking. There was a concern that people would create social trails or cut through the parking. So the change here is that the access aisle for the ADA is shifted over. And so between that and the access punched into the right there, we have 2 clear access points into the property from the parking. In addition, the species, which we didn't really get to talk about last time, in the planter bed are the really tough pine muhly grass, and then also what would result in being a low woody hedge of the bush germander. So once established, it would be quite difficult to walk through. Although if there are issues with it, we would adaptively manage and deal with those over time. So those are the updates on the planting. And if you have any questions, please.
Quick question regarding this. So this is your accessible space. This is a path of travel. This is a parking. This is parking. This is parking. This one's parking. This is parking. This is parking. Is this also a parking space?
That's correct.
Okay.
It looks like an accident.
Well, you would be accessing between the planter and the passenger side of the car to get through there. Okay, any other questions from the board? Since I jumped the gun there. Okay, public comment?
We don't have anybody in attendance here today, and we don't have any raised hands either.
Okay. All right, they're here for final approval today. I'm just gonna flip through the drawings as we.
I had some problems understanding it through the speaker. I was just wondering what they were doing about the DG.
Apparently they've decided to keep it.
And maintain it.
Site plan, landscape plan. Inspiration. This is the plan. Yeah, this is an accessible path. And sir, could you confirm what this material is? Is this meant to be a concrete?
That's right. So, and then where it shows the boards would be the decking material.
Decking here, and I think this is like a pathway of flagstone or some kind of stone.
That's right, with mortared in place.
Okay. So those are the accessible paths, and then all the rest of this would still be DG. Okay, there's trellis and that's path. This is demo. Main level. Attic level. Roof plan. These are the elevations we just looked at. Section. There are details for.
And then there was a comment last time about making sure we showed the building exterior lighting and the landscape lighting together. So we did make that update to this page as well.
That's what this is, right?
Yes, correct.
And you continue to show your light fixtures on the elevations that are on the building, right?
Yes, they are indicated on the elevations.
Okay. Is this a floating dot here, an anomaly, or is this meant to be a fixture?
That,
kinda-
yes, I think that should just have been removed. That's
okay.
an anomaly. It's not there.
Happens to us all.
It's
And
well,
you just-
there's actually a niche there, so it is
So
there,
that's
but
what
it's.
it is. It looks like it's right there.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay,
Yes, it's on the soffit.
got it. And then these are your lighting for the. All right, I think that's the whole plan, the whole package. Any comments? Robin? Anything you wanna?
No, that's good to me.
Okay,
Good here.
Alan?
No, thank you.
Okay, anybody want to make a motion? I'd like to make a motion. I have one quick question for the applicant. Do you have, is it on the lighting plan and I just missed it? Have you specified the Kelvin? The
Yes,
temperature?
if you go up one page, you'll see the luminaire schedule and has all the Kelvins.
All
It's
in there.
27, most are 2,700 and there are a few that are 3,000.
Okay. Okay, so let's do this. These are the pathways. So, I don't have too much, it seems like all of the exterior are your 3,000. The in the landscape anyway. It's like this one, the sign lighting, recessed wood step light, it's 3,000. This one's, that's your sconce. Exterior lanterns, 3,000, the bollards, 3,000. Downlight is 3,000, path lights, 3,000, and then the ones that are actually inside. The 2,700 is really very critical in the actual landscape itself. So, can you speak to whether any of these can be changed to, can we specify, could we make if we made in the motion a requirement that they all be 27K, would you guys have an issue with that?
No, we could work with that, definitely.
Okay. All right, well, I'd like to make a motion for final approval, with the lighting. To have all the lighting to have a temperature of 2,700 Kelvin.
Good.
There was a second, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. I didn't hear you mumble. Thank you. All right, you guys are good to go. Have a great day.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and board members.
Okay, coordinate with your, getting your color board stamped and everything. And get it built. All right, item number 5, 22 bar 195, Galashop single family dwelling, swimming pool and cabana. I did? Everybody says what? Oh, cabana. Okay, so let me get this document open and we have somebody here for this, I'm assuming. Yes.
Good morning, Bethany. Yeah, Brett Woods is on.
Okay, whoops, wrong thing. Landscape. Arborist. Okay, and I think that's the one we just looked at, so let's go, okay, so. Aaliyah, I'm assuming you don't have anything to add from the memo?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add beyond the memo. I can summarize if you think we need to, or if there are any questions about the contents, but nothing further.
No, I think you're just asking to make sure that we make our findings for the Hillside Ridgeline, or that
That's
it's in compliance.
That's right.
Okay, are they asking for an exemption?
Yeah, so in the memo, there is a very small area in the plans that calls out where the height limit is exceeded. It's limited to 131 square feet total of the structure where the height limit is exceeded. And I think the maximum exceedance is 1.09 feet.
Okay, because I think based on our comments last time, so we said the long, low design of the structure is attractive and responsive to the ridge line, studied the covered walkway, it may benefit from being lowered. Appreciate the natural landscape design and use of gravel and stone walls. Consider the fact that Platanus racemosa, which everybody else is a sycamore, is a riparian tree and does not tend to do well on ridge lines. Note that Woodwardia may not be successful under oaks due to water needs. Looking forward to seeing the landscape plan developed to identify where the natural landscape will meet the grasses. This is a high fire hazard area. Keep fuel management requirements in mind. Consider light escape and the lantern effect. Look at eave depth and identify how light escape will be managed. Work with your planner to look at policies related to cutting off the top of the hill to meet ridgeline guidelines and policies for minimization of grading. Identify where grading activity impacts the root zone of existing oak trees. Note that a tree protection and replacement plan will likely be required. Removed and relocated trees require mitigation in Santa Barbara County. So Aaliyah, am I inferring from the work with your planner to look at policies related to cutting off the top of the hill to meet hills ridgeline guidelines and policies for minimization of grading? Have they altered the elevation? Did they change their grading approach?
From what I can tell, it didn't appear that the elevations changed. Since the last time the project was here, the grading quantities did increase, but a substantial amount of the proposed grading is due to the driveway. I've looked at the elevations and the proposed grading, and it doesn't appear that it is, I mean, given the existing topography of the site, it doesn't appear that the grading is unreasonable or excessive. But I will say I have sent this to our grading inspector to just confirm that.
Okay.
In their opinion.
Okay. Brett, who's gonna lead off for your presentation?
Brett Jones, do you want me to go?
Yes, Brett.
Okay. Well, I think it's, I think mainly based on the last time that we presented, I think a lot of the comments or the lion's share of the comments were related to, as you were just referring to, the grading, but also they were related to the landscape and addressing tree protection as well as developing the landscape plan. Part of our strategy in getting back into CBAR for presentation was to obviously address those concerns. So let me really quickly go here. If you go to the arborist plans, I wanted to at least address the concern about the tree protection. And so we reached out to an arborist and went through a tree protection program plan for you here. So I don't know if you had a chance to review this as a group, but the strategy has been and always will be, especially with building the house on the ridgeline and also considering the roadway that is quite substantial to get up to the ridgeline, that the strategy was always to protect the oaks as a primary design ethos. And so you're seeing here is that there's a handful of a lot of trees that have been preserved or saved, and a couple that cannot be. But you can see in the plan here on the red where it says 2. And so really the strategy for us was to preserve, and I believe we've done a pretty good job of doing that and working the existing kind of roadway, or not the new proposed roadway around up to the ridge line.
Okay. That's his inventory, okay. So let's, do you want to start with your plans or elevations?
Sure. Well, not much has actually changed since we presented last time from a floor plan or elevations. And the elevations have actually, the heights have not changed as well. Just for the development of the actual plans itself and working with the landscape architect here today, Chris Sosa, which you'll hear from him shortly. So really what you're seeing here is a home that begins to start to step down with the natural hillside. So it's a gradual stepping on top of the ridgeline. And previously, as we presented, the house has this kind of elegant way of stepping down with it in response to the site, to respond to the site, but also to minimize the grading. The property itself is quite, it's undeveloped, obviously, but it doesn't have a large pad. So this was sort of the minimal amount of work in order to get a pad up there to work for a home. A lot of the home itself is what we consider low line. It's 1.5 feet below the height limit. And so really wanted to make sure that the impact from the actual bottom or the impact on the ridgeline from the architecture was not impacting the surrounding areas and the neighborhood. One prominent element on this property that you will see, and something we think is quite beautiful, is this natural stone wall. This wall begins to kind of anchor the property, and really it's a response to the fire department access. We took it as an opportunity to architecturally look at this wall as something that could present itself as historically significant. It's been there for a very long time. It sort of speaks to the surrounding areas and tone and texture and maybe quality of stone. Can you go to the next, I guess, page, if you don't mind? Yeah, so here from the backside, you're seeing that there's the residence and there is a detached ADU upon approach. So really, as you come up to the ridgeline, your approach, you are presented with this incredible heritage oak just to the right. We think that's going to be quite powerful to pass through there. And then as you enter into the site, you then pass through the ADU and into the main residence, which.
Okay, so here's the ADU.
Correct.
And then this is the residence, and that's what we were just looking at with that.
Correct. And so what we've done here is as you approach, is the kind of it's tighter through the approach, but it begins to expand and becomes sort of a carport of car parking area and also motor court. The property itself, again, you'll see in the landscape plan that there is a cohesive approach to the architecture and the landscape. The goal for us really is to find materials, and you'll see in the renderings, which let's see, can we go to the renderings if you don't mind? Second, I believe, yeah, the bottom.
That's the bottom of this.
This is broken up, yeah. That if you.
This is the elevation.
The landscape, please, if you don't mind.
Okay. Nope, don't mind. Move it down to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
That's the lights. And it's an enlargement. Let's see.
They haven't. It looks like the renderings are not open here for the presentation. They should be.
Okay. Well, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did I miss one? I've got a memo and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
There should be a file that was.
1 is plans, 2 is elevations, 3 is landscape, 4 is civil, 5 is arborist, and then I've got the planner's memo.
There should be a 6th file, Bethany. It was in the Dropbox folder. We're happy to resend it if we need to. Let me know.
Well, let me just check the Dropbox real quick.
Okay. Thank you.
It probably, this is for staff. just so you know, when you put something, the files that you get from folks, a lot of times they have really long, they have like 200 character names. And Windows doesn't like really long names. And it will refuse to deal with them because the name is too long.
Sure.
There's 6. All right, let's see if I can, this could be deaf. Do you have it downloaded? You have 6 downloaded?
I have spray her, yes.
Why don't you go ahead and share your
Is it
screen?
the materials?
And precedent imagery, yes. Go ahead and share. All right.
Great. Thank you. I guess we can start here and then kind of make our way to the renderings, but these are important images to us because obviously everybody here is very familiar with the landscape and just the general tone and texture of the area, but I think it's critical to reference it because a lot of the surrounding area and also the kind of native species on the site, we wanted to pull from those tones and textures and try to implement those into the overall architecture and the material palette. Can you go to the next slide if you don't mind? Keep going, please. So really, it's, you know, looking at this palette, it's a very simple palette. It's sort of the non-architecture. It's sort of getting out of the way of the oaks. So really, the house itself would be clad in like a cedar siding. We plan on using something, you know, very natural and tonal to again start to blend into the natural environment. And then really between the exterior application of the materials to the right, you would see this stone wall that we're starting to reference. As we said before, the stone wall.
This was the same as last time, right?
Correct. I'm just running through it again. If you prefer, I don't. I'm happy not to. But
well, where you could be succinct would be nice.
Sure, fair enough. Okay, I just didn't know if there's new people, so apologies. I guess moving forward. Again, tonal. And then these are the most important images really to show you. We've updated these renderings. We were asked by the board last presentation that they start to reference more of what the landscape architect had been presenting. So these have been updated. You'll see there's the stone wall, the house itself, and how it starts to feel from down the hill. This is the approach I was referring to once you pass the ADU into the motor court area. And then the stone wall I keep referring to that will then sort of camouflage into the natural vegetation. Another shot kind of coming across the elevation, wanted to show the length of the elevation and how it begins to work with the ridge line. And then kind of moving towards the furthest point on the property before we turn. And you'll see here, this is really kind of the most open spot of the property, and the updates with the flowers and the trees, and so you'll see that in the landscape plan that they correspond to each other. Just referencing outdoor space and kind of, you know, obviously the communication between the house and the landscape. It's critical to us that this house it really responds to what the landscape is doing and the surrounding landscape. That's an existing oak tree that we will be building the house around. And off the backside here, you'll see the pool and the natural kind of, there's an oak grove behind the house that again will act as sort of a backdrop for the architecture, something quite beautiful. And some inspirational images that we were showing last time. So that's pretty much an update from the last presentation. I guess beyond the architecture would be the landscape architect, Chris Sosa, running through the changes from the last presentation.
Okay,
Yeah, hi, this is Chris Sosa, the landscape architect for the project. Happy to walk you through the changes from the last meeting. Maybe if we can go to the landscape plan, that'd be great.
no worries, I'm getting there.
Thanks so much.
There you go.
Perfect. Yeah, so to continue, what Brett was reviewing, really like the big overall approach, to incorporate these revisions into the new landscape plan was to really further enhance the natural setting of this development and blurring the edges between the constructed landscape and the existing landscape that's occurring on the hillsides. And we made some specific moves to kind of create a more seamless transition between the two. And as you'll see here, so basically we're wrapping the perimeter of the developed area with a meadow. And the intention is that the designed meadow will start to very organically and seamlessly connect with the existing grasses on the hillside. And I think, over time, what we really want to have happen is to have sort of a naturalization between the two edges where the existing grasses are growing up into the designed meadow and vice versa. And as you had seen on the illustratives, we've incorporated flowering perennials, and we've made a really big effort to use as many California natives as possible, to enhance, the site. And in addition to flowering perennials, we have layers of California native shrubs of different sizes to both help screen, again, the beautiful stone walls and enhance some of those like transition edges. Maybe I'd like to kind of maybe go back to the mitigation efforts that were made for the oak trees. So part of the project arborist recommendations were to provide 18 mitigation oak trees on the landscape plan. And so back on the landscape plan, we're showing those 18 coast live oak trees added to our drawing.
Hold on a second.
Oh, no worries. Perfect.
So you've got,
If you zoom in.
that's your fire, and this is. So this is the one you're wanting to zoom in
Actually,
on.
if you zoom, yeah, we can look at this plan. So we're showing
So
a
these-
tree. Yeah, we're showing a tree symbol with the dashed box in the center.
Right.
Labeled the
These
coast live
dark
oaks.
ones.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
basically all of the new proposed coast live oak trees are the mitigation, the 18 mitigation oak trees for the trees that have impact on their root zones, the existing trees. Another comment that was from the last meeting was about the sycamore trees not doing well on the ridgeline. So we replaced all the sycamores with valley oaks, the Quercus lobata.
Okay. And that's what these kind of
Exactly.
yellowy ones are? Okay.
Yeah, those are the yellow colored ones. Again, we wanted to get some fall color up into that area. And where we're showing the mitigation trees, an effort was made to really have them feel like it's part of the natural oak woodland. They're grouped in a way, responding both to fuel modification requirements, but also to provide screening and have it feel like it's naturally sort of growing on the hillsides.
Okay. And the woodwardia under oaks?
Yeah, thank you for that note. So we made a comment on the previous planting plan. There's an enlargement plan, and also on the planting imagery where we have a note that says to not locate them within the drip line of oak trees.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, outside of drip line. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a palette that's like specifically for like a little bit more protected sort of like sunshade and like minimally sort of under some of the oak trees.
Okay. I want to go back real quick to this potentially more architecture. The covered walkway, and then the light escape.
Yes.
You want to talk about that? And then we need to identify where, which portions, perhaps on the elevations you could describe, since it's not noted anywhere, and you didn't really talk about it earlier. Where is that projection? You know, where exactly is the hillside ridgeline non-compliant?
Yes, happy to. To address the overhangs really quickly, that was a comment made by one member, and we addressed that. Essentially, the overhangs currently, as you see them today, are 5.5 feet.
Okay.
And to us, that's a substantial overhang. The reason for the overhang at 5.5 feet, and then also the vertical posts, was an expression of structure, but also to help block some of that light trespass. You'll see in between also some of the vertical posts that we have strategically started to place louver systems to complement the architecture, but also to address potential light leakage or light trespass. So that was a way we addressed it. And then to address the non-conformance area, if we can go to the floor plan, would be the easiest.
Okay.
It's so I guess you can't see my screen here, but it's the back portion of the primary suite that begins where on the kind of most northern.
Which sheet would be most helpful to look at?
This sheet is perfect.
A2.1.
Yep.
Okay.
Can you
Let me
please?
zoom in.
There you go. Thank you. Right. So you see this back portion of the primary bath, where the toilet and the shower are. That's the area that's in conflict. Now, I will tell you that we have looked at options to remove this pop out here, but hopeful that this is something that is acceptable to you.
Okay, and then these are the screening, the louver systems you were talking about here and here.
Correct. Yeah.
And then what's the where was the study the covered walkway? It may benefit from being lowered. Which one was that?
That's what we just discussed, this walkway with the posts.
This one here.
Yes.
Okay. I was thinking it was some kind of pass through and was not seeing it, so I was confused. Okay, perfect. And all right. Any quick comments or questions for the?
Just a quick question for Chris. Sorry, probably missed it. Are your pathways gravel with a natural edge, Chris? Or,
yes.
So there's no bend, like steel edging or anything like that?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we really want the gravel really just to blend into the native soil.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, public comment?
We do not have any public comment for this item.
Okay. Back to the board.
That's really beautiful.
They're for preliminary, so we'd have to make the findings for the exemption. I especially given what the architect has said about this portion here, this bathroom, it seems to me it's not inconceivable that they could address that and it could fit. And I would have no problem with it. I would have trouble making the exemption.
And how high is it?
It's about a foot.
9.
Yeah, something like that. And it's, my impression is it's this back corner, but I could be wrong. Right in there. So,
And show up on the elevation.
what's that?
And it was 100 feet. then
130 something. Yeah, the planner memo, let's see, did she say? 131 square feet of the proposed single-family dwelling exceeds the 16-foot height limit.
Sorry to interrupt. I think if you go to sheet 5 of the plans, it actually shades the area where it's showing
Does
that.
it? Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Because that's what I was really looking for. Oops, sorry, it moved on me.
And then if you just move over to the right, there you go.
There you go. It could also be accomplished, it looks like, with a little hip, which is, doesn't keep them with any of the other forms on the roof line. But I mean, if they absolutely needed the.
slope on the roof there.
3 and 12.
Finish that as well.
No, it would have repercussions all the way along the whole. Any other comments?
So it looks like they're showing where it's
That'd be down here.
more.
The exemption is when you cannot do it, you cannot accomplish it without it, and so that's why I can't make it, because they can't accomplish it.
Okay.
They're talented enough, I mean, look at the level of design on the building.
Seems like they're clipping off, you would have to clip off that one little.
Or reorganize the internal spaces, as we alluded to, he says they have an alternate,
Okay.
they can deal with it.
Do you want them to return? Changed?
Yeah, because I can't support, I cannot make the exemption, so, I mean, it's obviously buildable without it, I mean, they can accomplish it, and I don't think it would be a huge deal with it. But I would have no problem granting the project preliminary, even just with what the architect said about how they've dealt with it and everything, I would be confident with granting preliminary without the exemption, no problem with that. Okay, Denise?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bethany,
make-
if,
Yep.
Bethany, if your intent is to grant the preliminary but without the exemption, I would recommend that you, and you may already plan on doing this, just that you condition your preliminary action on that being corrected.
Yes, I will do so. Thank you for the reminder. I think that was a poke to make the, okay. I would like to make a motion for preliminary approval predicated on the fact that all the structures will comply with the Hillside Ridgeline ordinance and not require an exemption.
Second.
Okay? Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Want to come back, consent of full board?
Final, I think full board, because we want to see that little thing, but it should be fast. Or does, what's everybody else think? Full board, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, hearing sufficient brains rattle. All right, so we look forward to seeing you return for final with your details and everything, and just with that minor adjustment of that area so that you're within the Hillside Ridgeline requirements. Otherwise, it's an excellent project. I think we really like it a lot. So
Thank you.
thank you. Number 6, Carlson Ag Employee Dwelling Accessory Structures, 21 BAR 190. Robin, since you're recusing yourself, you may step outside, or if you prefer, you can go sit in the break room. That's fine too. Well, we'll send somebody out and knock on your window when we're ready to. Yeah, I do. Okay, so let's go ahead and get these closed down. And I did have it.
You did have it?
I had it 6. It had refused to download because of the name. And then I gotten it. But it wasn't, I didn't file the right place.
Oh, sideways. Oops. There you go.
Oh,
Almost.
it is sideways. Let me see if I can.
Rotate.
It's
Yeah.
that little thing at the top that lets you.
Yeah, I saw it rotated. Ooh, there you go.
I should probably just have selected them all and rotated them all, but you know, small minds, late in the day, I'm hungry, but had my snack. It's a good thing I had breakfast because boy, we'd be skunked if I hadn't. Okay, this is up on the top. So it looks like I've got 2 files, by the way. I've got this one and that one, which looks like the same. One of them's rotated, one of them isn't, so. That's it.
Okay.
All right, comments. Show height calculations from existing grade and label existing grade on plans. And depict on elevations and sections in order to clearly demonstrate compliance or non-compliance with height requirements. Materials and structures are attractive, but would like to see more information pertaining to grading and drainage. Architectural style and board and batten are appropriate. Provide a plan sheet that shows the overall parcel boundaries and context of the parcel with regard to adjacent properties. Provide proposed colors. The line weights on the plans made interpreting and understanding the plans difficult. Consider using darker lines to demonstrate the critical root zone of trees. Restudy your graphics and line weights. So, says return for further conceptual, which you are here for.
Yes.
So, there we go. So there's your
Okay.
vicinity. And this is what. Okay.
Go ahead.
Nope, you got it. Go for it.
Okay. I'm Lori Kari, architect for the Carlsons. This would be the Ag Employee House, a barn, and a detached garage.
Got it.
Okay, and we are actually here for further conceptual, which, ooh, yeah, that wall was supposed to be not so crazy.
Well,
okay,
see.
so
there we go. How about this
Oh,
plan set?
that's
This
the
is
one
I
that's-
rotated.
Yeah.
This is the one I rotated, so let's use this one.
Okay, but let's go to the top and just look at the site itself. There's several oaks. You could see a variation of canopies. We've been working with the biologist, the botanist. We've been working with tree trimming, tree replacement. We're trying to mitigate tree replacement, but there are a few that have been damaged over the years. A few of the things we've done is we created a revised hammerhead for the fire department, which was previously in front of the residence.
Got it.
And works best for the fire department where it's shown hatched. And so far the fire department is very receptive to it. It's producing less grading and so on. We've incorporated quite a few requirements in the Hollister Range. Requirements for archaeology and biology and so on. So, and with our septic, and so we have gotten pretty far along with infrastructure. We have moved the house back slightly, raised it by 2 feet to get a better view. We raised the garage to be easier access to the house and created a extra uncovered parking. So we've done a few little adjustments, but it's essentially close to the same square footage and so on. It's a single family residence. And you know, quite a petite barn and garage, 2-car garage. So now we can go on to, oh, and here we did create a palette of color and materials that would be, I think, quite compatible with the natural environment of, you know, the oak woodlands, mature oak woodlands, and then where we need railing, if and where we need it, you know, a cable rail that pretty much disappears, and then these earth tone colors, same with the lighting. And of course we could do the 2700 Kelvin.
Okay.
And I know Hollister Ranch is very, does not encourage using a lot of lighting, but this would be safety lighting, would be some step lighting. And then we're also looking at gabion sidewalls with sandstone, keep it all feeling as natural as possible. Chip seal where available.
That would be these walls, Lori?
Yes, and behind.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, you know, there again, you know, doing appropriate grading to minimize the walls. Okay, and then we go to the house. We did a very basic landscape concept, and I think it's in the one of the elevation pages for the house. We would incorporate as much as possible the natives, native landscaping or compatible succulents here at our covered patio, covered outdoor dining, and so on. Next, we have proposed raising the roof pitch at the great room. It does, as I will show you on the next page, encroach into the 19 feet with the gable facing south. This is the south elevation. I don't know how the writing got so tall, but it affords a really nice interior. Pardon?
It's good that it's big. We can read it.
Oh,
and I was going to compliment you. We can read these elevations without having to zoom in and zoom out.
Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah,
this is wonderful. You did a great job.
Tall doors. So this centerpiece is the great room. It's 6 and 12 pitch. The other roof pitches are 3.5 and 12, and then go down to 2.5 and 12, I believe, for the covered porches. And then we go on to the encroachment, which I believe this is at its most difficult situation with the gate, you know, the ridge of the great room encroaching 45 square feet, but it's actually more than that. But as it goes down, you are one is well below 16 and 19 feet. There again, I mean, a hip could be possible to mitigate. We're just showing it with the ridge at the porch, where it's, you can see the line of the
Right, you're
the
talking
great room
about,
is here, and this is the porch roof.
right, and it looks like it's mostly the porch roof here.
The outdoor dining
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah,
And
okay.
And
And then this is
then-
the front wall here? This would be the
Yes,
front
where the
wall of
hand is, yes.
And
That
so
is
this
the front of
would,
the
it would
great room.
still, it would still encroach a little bit. Because of that.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
Oh,
This is-
getting back, we did create a plant palette, a suggestive plant palette. If you'd like to zoom in a little bit, this would be at the house. The rest of it is really native scrub and whatever pops up after wonderful rain and the oaks. So this would be pretty much where your living space would be. And we would also here, this would be where the gabion walls, we would maybe drape over some type of planting. Okay, and then the next, this is the barn and garage plans. They're very petite. The barn is for rehabilitating calves that have been abandoned by their mother and are being nursed by other cows. So that's the business that my client has. Okay, and that here's the garage. You know, we were going to sort of do a little bit of a mimic of the barn and have the more of a cupola and decided to just minimize the impact of the garage on view and just have it tucked back in to the oaks on the east side. And the HRDC, Hollister Ranch Design Committee, liked that also. And they were very happy with what we presented, including they did want to see just some basic landscape and color structures. And this is the barn. And we just have the clear stories above, simple, big sliding doors. And they're again trying to minimize retaining on the back side. And this would be where the calves and the milking cows would reside. And the other two buildings easily meet the ridge line. And there's the presentation.
Okay, I'm just gonna zip through this and just make sure that this doesn't add anything.
Yeah, I don't know what those had some really strange things go on, and that's why I had our planner try and replace this.
Yep, and they did, so we got this. Right.
Yeah,
Good
that was a bit
job.
jarring.
And quite frankly, thank you so much for making the text legible, big enough font, because we're sitting in here and we're 30 some feet away from a viewing screen.
Oh.
And it's incredibly difficult, and people are using 10 and 12 point, and it's like, I can't read. I can't read it. You know, even the planting list, we can read the planting list. So
good. I like that.
yeah, you have some happy viewers.
Good.
Okay, so, show height calculations, we got that. I think you talked about that. Grading and drainage, we got the board and bat, we talked about that. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning. We got a vicinity map, and then it looks like, there was a comment from last time. Provide a plan sheet that shows the overall parcel boundaries, which you've got, and the context of the parcel with regard to adjacent properties. So I don't know that there's, or is this all of the parcel, or is this just a small portion of it?
No, this is their portion of the parcel.
Okay,
It's over 100 acres,
right.
and we
Right.
do need to produce that, and we can
Okay, so we
on
don't,
the
we don't,
next submittal.
didn't have that yet. No, I understand you're here to talk primarily about the Hillside Ridgeline, I'm guessing, but.
That and, you know, just the palette and the
Yep,
our approach. And that we
Okay.
have made progress with the various requirements from the planner, which are pretty
Yes.
extensive.
yes, I got that. Okay, so, do we have any questions from the board real quick? No, okay, public comment?
We do not have any public comment online.
Okay. All right, so let's come back to the board for deliberation. You want me to start off? Mm-hmm, she says, mm-hmm. Okay, so, it seems to me, Lori, I know you're working on your grading quantities, and it's a little difficult because this plan, again, we're lacking some of that context. We don't have those back walls.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not showing any of the grading. So, just like this other comment here from before was that, we'd like more information pertaining to grading and drainage and that relationship with the structure. So it might be more informative to my comments at that point if I was doing this, but I'm just looking, and you know, the first thought I had was, well, take the cover off of the outdoor dining and somehow do something that's like a different kind of a structure or something that wouldn't be triggering Hillside Ridgeline. And then I thought, well, maybe you could take this section, the great room section, and just slide it back into the hill. Alan, if you leave, we have to stop. You can leave, go ahead and do whatever you need to do, but we have to, we lose our quorum. Brain fart, got it. So I was just, I'm just, it's a little difficult to talk about context. Well, maybe I can just zoom in here. Here, let's do this. Okay, so my thought was if you were to turn the structure maybe just a little or push it further back in, so that you could, I don't know, maybe you, because it looks like the lines are coming like this. Am I right? The hillside's doing something like that. So you're really following the hillside already, but given the kind of the effect that's occurring with the walls and everything, it almost seems like, because you're trying to keep it in without, you know, getting all very challenging. I have to say that. And rotating it would get you into this root zone, these trees, the canopy and the critical root zone more. I think your only option to deal with the hillside ridgeline is to push this further in. Maybe there's, and I know a lot of architects don't like to do this, and I understand why, and tell me if this just doesn't work. either because of expense or, everything else, but I know sometimes that in this situation, to alleviate, the need for all of these walls in the back, maybe there's a way to push the hillside in, push the structure a little more in, where this actually meets. It becomes kind of buried on the backside somehow. And I know that means you've got to have your window on the bedroom. And so then you might have grading in this area, your gabion walls and everything where you're coming away from the house. And then you would have more like a transom window up higher. But it seems like if this could be pushed back without and lose some of the wall. I know that's extra waterproofing and stuff. But then that would allow you to get the building, and you might have at that point some more availability for moving the structure around. It just seems like you could in some way either lower this down a little bit, but allow the hillside to come into the building.
Well, it's very, very important for my clients to be able to circulate around the building. It's
Yeah, I thought
very,
you were gonna say
very.
that. Well, then you might look at the different set of the walls. Maybe the wall rises up in that corner. One more, Clough. In this corner, the wall just gets higher, and then you don't have to push in so much with those. I don't know, you've got a tough thing. I would have a hard time as it stands right now with making exemption. I don't know how everybody else feels. At the very least, I would want you to lose the cover over the porch. And then
That's tough.
Yeah, I know, because it's all about, the living, and not
it's
having-
south facing, it's the view.
Yeah. Could you make a solid covered trellis, like a flat trellis that was under that, and still get the cover, but then the building then just gets, we're back to talking about a much smaller intrusion.
Or what if the roof line drops at the porch?
You've got that that option too. Well, you could lower this overall. I know it's 5, I think you said 5 and 12.
It's 6 and 12.
6 and 12. Yeah.
With a higher plate. 9.5, I think.
So I think you got a lot of options. You can lower the plate, you can go to a 4 and 12 instead of the big difference between the 3.5 and the 6. You could lower it down. I think you've got a lot of options to reduce this intrusion, and if nothing else, this area, the part of that's just the covered porch, I understand the need for a covered porch, but I think you could do something with a flat, more of a quote unquote trellis structure that came out in the front, that matched with your ends here and the eaves and the posts and everything. And then look at what you could do with the plate height, to get the rest of it, because I think you could get a lot closer to compliance. I mean, it's a sweet little building, but it just doesn't fit. What can we do to get it to fit? That's kind of where I'm at. Denise?
Yeah, it's a cute building, and I think all the suggestions you just talked about are the most realistic. It's important to have shade on that.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, I totally agree. I'm not saying that should be an uncovered patio by any means, not at all. because I know that it needs it, but I think there are other ways to accomplish it that, you know, especially given the high plate height you've got. And I know it's meant to be a great room, but I think there are other things that you could do that would really up to and including, you know, what's the plate height in the living room and the bedroom and the other areas of the house?
9.5.
Yeah, you know, the first thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first thing we're gonna say is you should start with an 8 foot. And then see what does or doesn't fit. And I know that just lowers everything. And it changes the feel inside, but I think you've got the plate to play with throughout the house, not just the great room. You've got, and I hope you're writing this down, Nicole. 'Cause
Yes.
I'll never remember.
Oh.
You've got, the pitch of the roof.
Sure.
You know, I mean, if you're looking for that distinctive, you could, instead of 3.5, you could do a 3 for the majority of the house and then do just a 4 for this section, which still keeps you at the 19 feet.
Or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let me ask you this. If we have a less impactful encroachment by doing you know, the series of mitigations, mild mitigations, would you as a board be receptive to a very small exception?
We've gotten down to inches. We've gotten down to
Bethany.
literally.
Sorry, I think we typically try to avoid back and forth conversations.
Yes, we do, Nicole. So Lori,
Thank you.
I'm gonna just answer that question, and I kind of led Lori down the garden path a little bit because I was asking her questions back and forth, so that's my fault. But it seems to me, let me go ahead and finish the comments, and then I'll address your question there about the exemption. But first of all, you've got plate heights. You can maybe push the house in another 6 inches. There's a whole lot of things that I see here, the roof pitch, plate height. Your elevation, the finished floor elevation, even up to and possibly sliding the rooms a little to create some ease out here. And I still think you can get the covered dining, outdoor dining area and everything. But for me personally, I can tell you that we literally do. We get down to literal inches. And you saw us earlier today. Well, the project right before this one, it was like, no, it takes an awful lot to really demonstrate that there is no other place and no other way to accomplish this. Like you said, you could put in a hip. There's a whole lot of different things that you could do. And I think we're looking at, we don't want to see you say, oh, I've got a 9.5 foot plate, I'm going to drop it to 9.4 or even 9 foot. We want you to really make a serious effort to get everything just, you know, the little shrinker, you know, and just shrink it down a little bit so that it fits in that envelope that you've got to play with, because really, we don't want to see it intrude in all. And if you come back to us and you say, look, this is what I did. I've lowered it to, I've got an 8 foot plate in the main house, and I'm just going to pick a number, even an 8 foot plate in the great room. Or you could say, I started there, and then I realized that if I did the roof and I did this hip and I have a flat little trellis, solid covered trellis, I found that I could raise the plate back up to 8.6 in the great room. And we go, yay. You know, so it's not that we want you to have an 8 foot plate. We just want it to fit inside this envelope.
I see.
So the main direction is get it inside the envelope. because there isn't usually much support for an exemption, historically. And I think, I don't know, I said what I think about the exemption. Am I making the findings? What is? Yeah, so I think we're all on the same page here, so, so that's kind of the marching orders. In addition, when you do come back, it would be very helpful on this view, where you've got your landscape. It's nice to have you're showing us the landscape and everything, and that's great, but it would be really nice to see the grading and to see where these other walls are.
I think,
Around,
yes.
you know, around the building, because that just gives us some context and keeps us from talking out of school, I think. And I think it would support your case. I think it would help you, and everything and putting it all together. And then, when you come back to, this is great, but we need an intermediate plan that shows actually the whole parcel, and even, you know, if you know, like, say this was the parcel, this is the edge of the parcel, and there's a ag barn right here on the adjacent parcel. If you can show us that, I mean, if it's 5 acres away, no, we don't need to see it, but you know, anything that's anywhere close so that we can just get a context, especially, you know, like across the road. And I know sometimes the roads go through the parcels, and so the parcel is across the road, I understand, but we just can't tell from here, from looking at this. Yeah, the great job on the colors. I think we all like the colors. I think we appreciate the light fixtures, and you saying you're willing to work with the 2700. That's great. The line weights are very readable, and the fonts are big enough. Thank you. So that's basically what I'm seeing. So.
All right.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, you have a great day. I'm going to go ahead and we're
have
going
lunch.
to. No, we have to go through and correct our minutes before we take off here. So Nicole's going to share a screen, and I'm going to get Robin back in here, and we're going to do that, and then we can go eat.
Bethany, how would you like to see it return?
Yes. How do we want to see it return? If you come back in and you're complying, Lori, I think you should come back in for preliminary.
Okay. Yes.
And then with your landscape and everything else, you know, just keep going, chugging along with it. But yeah, no, I think if it complied, absolutely. I mean, we don't have any problem with the style or the colors. All looks good. So let's keep going.
Okay. Real quick question. If we come in for preliminary and then we expound upon like window trims and door trims and so on, and you're very satisfied with the preliminary, then our next step would be final, correct?
Yes, it would be. And if there were no issues, we'd probably plunk you on consent. So.
Okay.
And it wouldn't stop you from applying to building and safety if you're going to go and do that submittal. It's preliminary that you got to have to start that. So
I do want to make a reminder that the planning process is equally important, and so in order to return for preliminary, all the planning issues will have to have been resolved. I'm not saying there are issues. I'm saying if there are any, all those submittals will have to be submitted and cleared by the planner. So
yes, we're working with her.
Perfect.
White.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. I'm ready to share my screen.
No, I'm just trying
with
not
all these
to
cords.
take out the screen. Okay, go ahead. I'm going to stop my share, Nicole, and there you go. We're just waiting for Alan and Robin to come back. Yeah, Alan was just gonna nip out for a second, and I went, sorry, buddy.
When you gotta go, and then, oh, excuse me, you're still.
Yeah, you can. All right, Nicole, we're back. New and improved. Is it the Hillside Ridgeline policies? I think it's more, can you hear me, Nicole?
Yes.
Okay. I think it was taken all together, you know, what you were talking about. I don't know that there's any. I'd say that project complies, appears to comply with Hillside Ridgeline height limit. And that's all that needs to be said on that. Okay, based on a site visit, it appears that building S1 chooses skyline is seen from public viewing areas. I think what you could then say is Ballard Canyon Road. Okay, that's perfect. D is perfect, I think. I don't know, everybody else, go ahead and chime in here. I think that the CBAR chair is willing to consult informally. I think you could say, yeah, informally is okay, with staff and the applicant on the prior to the project returning to the board. For building tests. Or is it should be, or it should be, yeah, prior to the return to the board. But after staff has made their following staff's work on item D, the one before. With the various policies noted above. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Perfect. You're there. Like, so there should be an access way to the trailer pad. Yeah. The future plans. Yeah. Okay. We good?
It's a really long discussion.
Can we make that bigger, Nicole?
Can you zoom in a little, Nicole? Is that good?
Thank you.
Thank you. I think, what did we take an action on item number 2? No, we didn't. So I was talking about the materials board. I said prepare a physical materials board, at a minimum, submit a digital representation of the physical. Just say at a minimum, submit a digital representation of the physical color materials board. And then you can take the first sentence out. Yep. Perfect. Because I did leave it up to them whether they wanted to submit the physical board or not. They don't need to.
Yeah, you said we could take a picture. So.
Right. Provide, Right. Yes, then, and the last comment would be after D in between, before E. In between, make a new E. Okay, so, a landscape plan should note, at a minimum, is the grading and should erosion control. Provide at I'm struggling.
Grading and drainage. Grading, landscaping.
Provide a landscape materials plan, including any erosion control seeding. No, that's one thing, erosion control seeding. Yeah, no comment, that's all. Including any erosion control seeding required due to grading activity. Does that cover it? Grading activity, period.
Do you also want them to give you a seed mix? Like, well, I don't know if you said that, but you usually ask for it.
Okay, a plan including any erosion control seeding mix. No, leave that. Required due to grading activity. There we go. That's kind of fractured, but it gets there. I'd say note that if you are agendized, well, they do kind of, it kind of is a request for final. Yeah, leave it, it's fine. Scroll down, let's go. I'm tired, I'm hungry. I'd say provide details on outdoor kitchen. And just leave it at that. And pergola, because it was, let's pull it from the agenda. And swimming pool on the outdoor kitchen and swimming pool. And I'd say provide details and plans of the outdoor kitchen and plans. Okay, that's fine. Return for preliminary, final, and consent. Got it. All right. Kiani, so current combined vote of. Yep. Updated to note that all lighting be limited to 2. Okay. Okay. That one. Right.
Did you have a question with that?
Okay. Scroll down, that one was easy. Work to address the height exceedance through redesign. Some options may include pushing the point business in the house. Find the floor plan. Yep. B should be show grading and retaining walls on floor plan sheet. And then, yeah, and I would say just show retaining on Fort Brunchy A-2.0 and other elements of topographic features. Adjacent to the house. Okay. We're gonna show the whole parcel and show other on-site structures. Appreciate the proposed colors and. Yes. That look good?
Sure.
It's very minimal. I mean, we talked about some other things. There were some other things we talked about, but I don't know that we need to go into any more detail. It looks good.
You should throw in switch out the, Burn Arbor, the overhang.
Yeah, on the first bullet point. Reducing, modifying the floor plan, et cetera is fine, and then,
Patio.
okay, I think the first. I think that, the first, that should be the A should be B. So can you put another, A bullet point in there? Start a new bullet point? No, just leave it there. Yep, there you go. So the first is, the board, does not support, an exemption for Hillside Ridgeline. Right? Okay, and then, when you're done with that. Okay, and then if you, start a second sentence on B. Okay, see ya. You could say, notably removing the roof of the covered dining, outdoor dining.
Replacing.
I'm sorry, I can't type because I'm hungry.
That's okay. Dining, and replacing it with a flat, solid trellis or pergola is expected, or just say so as not to lose the outdoor cover.
Right, and to conform to ridgeline.
Right. There you go. Okay, how about would allow the covered outdoor eating area to remain? Because that's the main deal. Okay, perfect. That looks good. Everybody okay? Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to
Thank you.
adjourn. Can I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mute us, get us out of here.
Bye.
Bye-bye.